they're going to hit certain poses over and over again. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
So I think I said this before. There's, and I don't know where the drawing is, but there was a time I was at the zoo one time, and this rhino was circling his enclosure, right? So every time he would hit that pose, because he was walking for like a long time, right? Because they're in, you know, too small an area, and they should be roaming, so they'd walk a lot. But anyway, every time he'd come in that profile pose, I'd knock in a bigger shape and then just keep going smaller and smaller. And I ended up just refining out the face and then letting the rest of it sort of fade off. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, definitely.
Because and it's actually looks kind of cooler. Like people, I think we talked about this too. Like when we talked about like doing buildings and stuff, people immediately go to these places and they go, oh, I got to fit everything on the page. And it's like, well, a lot of times that's not the best composition. Okay. So a lot of times I want to use vignetting. I want to use, you know, design things like that. Or even like what we looked at, remember when we did the plane thing and we put the tape behind it and did the little graphic element behind it, remember?
Yeah, yeah, I remember that.
Like I might use something like that. And some of those drawings I showed you from Norm when we went to the zoo that day, like sometimes he'll put in a really serious graphic element behind it. And part of the reason he's doing that is that, you know, he's already tricked out the face of this bird. There's one that he did this bird. It was really cool looking. But, you know, he's not going to do the whole body or whatever. So he adds that in just to make the page feel complete and make the drawing feel complete, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then also, and I think we talked about this too. Okay. Now you can see my screen, right?
Yeah, very clear.
Okay, so the problem they make here is they start drawing this animal, whatever it is, and then they go, it's got a pattern on it, it's a zebra or whatever, okay? And then they start kind of doing this kind of thing. And then where the leg changes direction, they start doing this kind of thing. And when you're looking at an animal, or really almost anything, and remember how we talked about this idea of transitions a lot? Yes?
Yes.
This falls under that same heading where it's like you got to finish an idea or it's got to transition correctly. Otherwise, it always is going to look amateurish, okay? So it's just like we talked about with signs or something, you know, when they go into a wall, you know, there's maybe a plate there or something. You don't have to over-describe it. But when you start just putting everything where it's just like a line going into a wall, everything starts to look like a line. It doesn't look like a believable anything, okay? So one of the things when we go to the zoo we always look at is the zebras, and I've seen people do this where they start putting the mane on the zebra like that. But main thing is that when you look at a zebra, they have these stripes going this way, and then somewhere this one kind of comes down and there's a wishbone shape right there. Okay, and that wishbone shape is what lets it transition to going from a vertical pattern to a horizontal pattern around the legs. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
and
definitely.
Also, what you got to look at with that kind of stuff too, man, is that that's amazing that like nature designs that all and figures it all out. You know what I mean? That it cares about that, like how that transitions. And then when you're looking at things like that, look at it on a tiger, look at it on anything with a pattern. Don't just look at it and go, oh, it's a dot pattern. Look at it and go, how does it move around the form? How does it describe the form? Because if and the same thing with the mane, a zebra's mane actually has a lot of solid form to it. It's nothing like a horse, okay? So I usually draw it like this as one shape initially. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And then I can sort of serrate it, and start putting in my more detail and all that kind of thing, right? But as soon as I put this mane in, it's gonna help. Even if I don't put stripes or anything in it, you're gonna know it's a zebra, right?
Yeah, definitely.
But then look at a tiger, look at anything with a pattern, a zebra, or not a zebra, giraffe, And then look at how the patterns work and how they describe the form, because those things are freebies. It's the same thing as when we talked about a curb or a sidewalk, where that crack in the sidewalk will come down. Here's my sidewalk, where it has this crack in the sidewalk and it'll go down like that. And it means less work for me because it's telling the viewer what's happening with that surface, that it's going from here and then tilting that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And it's no different with the pattern on an animal. It's helping you describe the form. And if it's like a zebra or something where it's a real uniform pattern like that, then it's really going to help you, you know, but you got to also remember that you have this form. In any of these animals you draw, you know, there's this internal mass in here. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm wrapping fur around that, then that fur's got to follow that pattern. And as it goes underneath, it's going to compress a little bit and get a little closer together down here. And then it's going to kind of breathe as it comes out here. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
And did you look at those David Coleman videos?
I haven't had a chance to yet. I glanced at them briefly, but I didn't get a chance to watch them.
Okay, those are really good. So make sure you watch those.
Yeah, definitely.
And he's actually at the LA Zoo in them. And he's using a brush pen and he's just knocking out these like leopards or something. And there's just so much good information in it. Okay. And I know when you're first doing this that it's like you're just trying to get the drawing down, but there's one comment he makes in there I think is really interesting, because he's a real animal guy. Okay. So he's really, let's look at this real quick, because he has some really great reduced animal drawings that I just found he put up. I mean, look at these.
Those are beautiful.
Okay, really, we're going to talk a little bit about tone paper today too. Really loose, right?
Yeah.
Look at these. Look at this one.
That's great. There's so much. I mean, there's so few lines.
Yeah. And what is he doing? He's massing all those shadows into what? A designed idea, correct?
Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about all this design stuff that I'm always harping about, okay? You can use all that stuff to sort of reduce it down, and it looks better, okay? Everybody always gets obsessed with this idea of detail, okay? And that's why I always say there is no detail. Like if you sit there and you try and draw it from that perspective, it's probably going to end up looking sort of amateurish. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Because they'll try and put in every hair. And the other thing you got to do, let's go through a couple more of these. I mean, look at the economy of these things.
That's awesome.
Look at all that shadow. So when you're looking at these things, I do this all the time. We've talked about this. We talked about it with people, where if we have that leg back there, the leg that's behind, we'll just knock it into silhouette. The arm that's behind, we knock it into silhouette, right?
Yeah.
There's another one.
Oh, that's awesome. I love it.
Now, some of these, he's like this one, he's just making up. So what did he do? This is what we're saying. This guy went down the rabbit hole of animal anatomy. He just went down that whole rabbit hole. He's at the zoo all the time. But then what he did, and this is the difference to me. It's one thing to go and learn how to do all this stuff with the drawing, and this is a good example of what we're trying to do in here. We're working observationally, and we're gaining all this information, and we're looking at an animal moving or humans or whatever it is, filling up the data banks. Why? So then we can go and spit all this stuff out from a design perspective. This guy can draw you, if some art director comes to him and goes, hey, the character's a bear, blah, blah, he can draw that thing 100 different designs of it that are all solid. But not only that, he can move them around and give them personality through their movement. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's really clear. Thank you. I have a question about movement.
Okay.
And you can answer it later if you want to stick on to Coleman.
No.
But when I was drawing people, like for example, yesterday, for example, I was sitting outside of the coffee shop and nobody was sitting down for a while. Everybody was just walking in and out. So my only people that I could draw were like in motion. Like I had, 20 seconds to watch them walk into the coffee shop and 20 seconds to watch them walk out, and that's it. And I was starting to capture like the form and some of their posture a little bit, but maybe I'm not as familiar with walking or like leg movement, but that's something that was tripping me up because it's like I couldn't, because their legs were always moving. And I'm concerned about the same thing with animals, like their legs might always be moving. How do I capture that aspect of things?
I think, okay, there's two things. Like the same thing I just said with the rhino. If you park yourself, and usually we go to the block to do this. I can sit on a bench at the block or any sort of, place where there's a lot of people. And if I'm sitting on a bench, people are just going to constantly going back and forth. So what I try to do is I try and hone in on one part of the walking pattern. Okay, so whatever that is, okay, and I try and throw that down real quick, and then when the next person walks by and hits that same pose, I add more information in. Does that make sense?
Got it. So instead of focusing on like the design of the person, you're focusing on the actual pattern of walking that is fairly universal.
Design of the person can come after I knock in that whole form, right? And then I go, okay, that person's interesting, or maybe if it's a profile of them walking like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, okay, so they're in profile now. Okay, so now I've got this whole thing blocked in as far as in relation to gesture and everything, correct?
Yeah.
And I've got this loose drawing, I'm going, okay, that feels pretty good. Now I got my overall throwdown, and now I got to start working into it. Now I might look over at that person over there who's sitting in profile and stick that profile face on it.
Got it.
Right? And they might even have their hands sit in a way where I can go, okay, I can kind of knock that hand in a little bit. Oh, and look at that guy's pants. Those are kind of cool. I like those pull folds. Or then now I might just wait for somebody to walk again and go, well, where's the direction of the pull folds? Because if that knee's coming forward, I'm probably going to get a pull fold away from it and things like that. And then you're also learning how fabric works over form. Okay.
Right.
Because again, you really want to look at really those key points where the fabric, when you're talking about clothed figures, where the fabric drapes over the form, because people get hung up on all the anatomy underneath it, but it's really the shoulders and the elbows and these points that are pulling the fabric forward or pulling it somewhere. Okay. Now, sometimes they're just gathering down around an ankle or something like that, and that's a little different. And after a while, you're going to start seeing, it's just like we talked about with stylizing faces, where if I go, let's go pull as many graphic eye variations from different artists, you're going to start realizing that they start to repeat after probably 7 to 10. Okay. And it's the same thing with folds. Once you understand the patterns and how it works, then you're going to go, oh, that one always works, and you can plug it in. Does that make sense?
That's good.
And another thing I would do, go look at.
Yeah. So
Go ahead. You froze up.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I think, yeah, you cut out, or I cut out, one or the other, but
You did.
blame it on the mountain. It's not your fault you live in a mountain. Oh, wait.
Go ahead. Can you hear me?
Yeah, no, I was just going to tell you that you cut out a little bit, but
Another thing I would do is I would go look at an animation walk cycle, a frozen animation, just the sequence of drawings, because what they've done there is they've broken down the simple mechanics of it. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's really helpful.
And then you can kind of look at it and go, oh, when they're in, because it's just like, or Muybridge did all these sequential photographs. It's a famous thing. You can look it up. Of like horses running, and there'd been all this debate whether horses actually were touching the ground at some point, were they leaving the ground at some, but it was so hard to see, it was so complex, right? And you can look at those kind of things, and I think it'll just help you go, this is what it helped me with. It's kind of like when you go, oh, when this back foot's starting to lift, this one's flat, or when this one's way up here, this one's doing this, that kind of thing. And I can just start to get a little bit of a handle on it. And then I'm going to go in when they're in motion. I'm going to try and freeze one motion. I'm not going to sit there and try and analyze the entire motion. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that's great.
And I'm also going to try and freeze it somewhere where I think it looks interesting, where, you know, it feels like it's got a little bit of, I don't want them both flat footed probably. I do this, everybody does this a lot. We have this front foot and you tilt it up a little more than it probably would be. So it just feels a little more, you know, walky. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's my latest sketches. They probably have some of that in it.
So look at this one. It's another one. Now here's what is good to look at this. You got to reduce this information on the fur, and he's giving me enough of it. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And look how it's following the form. You see that? That's what we just talked about. See how it's following the form?
Mm-hmm.
So this leg right here, it's a cylinder, and that thing's coming down around it. And then he's doing something else that's interesting. He's going to these solid blacks to knock in. I always call that reducing my line mileage, okay? So he's going in with a solid black idea, and then he breaks it up. He does two things as he breaks it up. He's showing you its fur, and he's creating a halftone. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's great.
So it goes, so that way he can go from a very dark, you know, a very high contrast drawing where it doesn't sort of go, here's where the people make mistakes when they do this, where they put in that big dark, then they jump to the light, and you go, okay, there's no transition into the light. Okay, so he's using the fur to show fur texture and to show the transition into that highlight. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And look at that looseness.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, these are great. Look at this one. This is a simple one. And then again, look at, this is an old comic book inking technique where he's pulling out these rat tails out of that dark and creating a halftone, right?
Mm-hmm.
On and on and on. Here's a really good one here. Look. That's that same idea of the sort of halftone and fur texture in the same, using that graphic element to create that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And I don't have it here, but like I did a demo over there at the zoo when we were in the zoo of a giraffe, and I kind of did it in reverse. Drew it in. I took a little bit of graphite powder, smudged it over the whole drawing, and then I went with a kneaded eraser and I took out the negative spaces in between the giraffe pattern. Then I went back in and reinforced it. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Sorry, I was muted. Yeah, that's probably a lot easier than drawing all the spots.
Nah, it's just what it is. It's just like when again, this thing about knowing your tools and all that kind of stuff. It's playing. I mean, to me, it's just about playing. Now, sometimes it's about using these things to get something done quicker because you're on location. And I'll do a demo in here later that I did. I usually do it over at the Travel Town, but just using that idea to create a. And we're going to talk a little bit about it today, because I pulled a whole bunch of tools out, and we'll kind of go over it. But it's knowing your tools. You can go in and play, and then you also know how to mix things and do things to get these things quickly, because you know you're going to go to the zoo. Now here's the other problem with the zoo. Half the time the animals are just sleeping. You know what I mean? Now that's fine. It's good because you can see them. No, you're going to the San Diego Zoo. I don't know the San Diego Zoo as well, but the LA Zoo has a really good gorilla enclosure, and I think one, right? So there used to be a gorilla that would sit in the same place all the time. I hate the zoo, by the way. I love to draw there, but I just can't stand that they're all locked up like that. It drives me crazy. But there's one gorilla that used to sit right by the glass, like right here. And you could sit, it's like sitting literally right next to a gorilla. You know what I mean? And you could just sit there and really focus in on the face and everything. It was really interesting. You know what I mean? And you can get pretty close to them. You're going on a Friday, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know how crowded. It'll probably be crowded. I don't know how crowded everything is right now, obviously.
They're limiting people going in, so it won't be too crowded because of COVID. They're limiting number of people.
When I went to the San Diego Zoo a few years ago, there was a gorilla sitting next to the glass like that. And a girl was sitting there and drawing. She was drawing like just some pattern. and the gorilla was watching her really, really intently. It was really cool.
Yeah, when you sit there and you
Sweet.
look at them that close, or not even that close, but like really when they're that close, and they kind of turn and look at you, man, it's like, it's mind-blowing. Like you can see all the stuff going on in there. You know what I mean? And they'll be like, they will do that. They'll be interested in what you're doing and things like that. It's really interesting, you know? And that's part of the reason we do all this stuff.
So cool.
So anyway, here's different variation. And then the other one, look at this one, Mike. Right?
Yeah.
Now, this is a good example. Hang on. Let me see if I can do my camera and share my screen. I don't know if I can. So can you guys see both of my screens?
I can only see the paper. Or
okay, that's fine.
I see both, but I mean, one of them's really tiny, so.
Mm-hmm.
How about now? I just pinned it. How about now? Yeah, no.
I still just see the paper, but it could be my, like, how I have my Zoom set up.
Okay. I'm testing this because I don't know. Let me stop the share. Okay, how about now?
No, it's just the paper.
Okay.
Just the paper.
It's for me.
And I'm going to pin it. Oh, it is pinned. Okay, so you guys can see that okay?
Yeah.
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 So what all I'm just going to say is, Mike, when you're doing these things, make sure that you're coming in here. I would say maybe jump back here to the back of the pencil, okay? And ghost these things in, just like he's doing here. And I'm just trying to find this form of this animal, okay?
When you're doing that, are you focusing on three-dimensional forms, or are you focusing on like two-dimensional shapes that you see?
I'm focusing on the main masses here.
Okay, so like three-dimensional masses.
Yeah. And really, I just abstract them.
Right, definitely. I was just curious if you were taking like a 2D snapshot of what you see, or like actually like just putting down the forms in their positions.
I'm putting down the forms in their positions, and I'm always thinking about how they relate to each other, like we've talked about before, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then the other thing is remember we talked about this where, like an elbow, if an animal turns an elbow or something like that, how to reveal the fur. We talked about that, right?
I don't remember that.
I think
Okay.
so.
Well, okay, so let's talk about this real quick. Let me flip this again, because he's doing a really good example of it here, so I want to make sure we're understanding this. Let me turn this off for a sec. So, for the most part, some fur will be sort of form-fitting, if that's the right word. But like a lot of times when they have an elbow or something, the fur's laying on the elbow, and then if they do that, then the fur breaks the silhouette. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense because it spreads out the distance between the fur
And if
patches
you
or
ever
whatever.
look at a good example of how they use that from a design perspective, is go look at the old Bugs Bunny cartoons, Wile E. Coyote cartoons. They'll always put this three little things on like his knee and his elbow, and that's all they do to show his fur, okay? Because they observed it and they reduced it to a graphic language, okay? But I use that all the time. I think everybody uses it. And he's using it here in this drawing in a bigger way. So like in this case, this animal, which is a wild boar or whatever, it has very stiff, probably very coarse fur, okay? And then it has sort of a haunchy back, haunches, right? So when that fur goes up over the haunches, it sort of breaks the silhouette like that. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah.
The reason I'm looking for that is I'm looking for all these things that I can use that reduce how much line mileage I got to do. I don't want to over describe this thing. Okay. So if you're looking at it here, let's share my screen again. You see this right here up on his haunches right there, or on his shoulders, whatever it is?
Yeah.
And then look here, same thing with the cheek mass, right? Look at this right here, this little bump. If you notice, they're sort of following that idea of things breaking form or turning. And then it's the same thing we talked about with trees, where we show a little more information on the silhouettes around the tree, where we give them a little more information about the leaves. And then as it turns into the interior of the form, we're mostly seeing texture. It sort of falls into that category. And remember we were talking about how I say this stuff falls into categories?
Yeah.
This is a texture category, just like the leaves. This is a breaking the silhouette category, just like a tree, and you break the leaves with the silhouette. Or you break the silhouette with the leaves. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
So on this one, and this is, again, this is coming into how you're, you know, learning how to handle your tools and stuff. If I go, you know, once I got this thing blocked in, hang on. Once I got this thing blocked in, I might, I'm not going to block it all in, but. And then he's doing the same thing we've been doing. He's doing it a little bit backwards. I'm going to do it this way. So this back leg, I would probably put into silhouette. And then come in and carve out my edges. Because I like to carve edges. Same thing with this leg back here. And I'm not going to describe this back leg very much. And I'm still, if you notice, I'm still not refining anything on this drawing because I'm still trying to find out what I'm doing and what's working and what isn't working. So let's just say it's enough. So I might turn this way. And now use my side of my pencil to get those nice, that break in form right there. You see what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
And then same thing here. I might make a little indication. This is just like the leaves again, okay? And then drop this into shadow. But use that edge texture to sort of reinforce the idea of fur. Does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah.
And then here on the cheeks, you know, you can get a little of that. You'll get that with cats. I'm exaggerating this form, but here's a cat.
So Mike, we're doing.
Right. Go ahead.
Oh, we're doing the same thing we did for like trees and stuff, but for applying it to animals with the shading and stuff.
It's just the idea of when we do a tree, and the reason I'm relating this back to that, by the way, is because I want you to start being able to solve your own problems. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So if you can look at this and go, I don't know how to do fur, well, oh, it kind of falls into the same way we did trees. So when we did trees, you know, we put in this big silhouette. And then what did we do? We put this idea of where the light breaks, we put these leaves. Then we got another mass down here. And now I just kind of darken this mass up and I start to use the edge of the leaf shape to give them information about leaves. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And then when I get out here against the silhouette, I come out here and I give them a little more leaf information, which is what's happening here, what's happening here. I'm just using it wherever I can use it as little as possible, actually, okay? Because I don't want to over-describe the form. Yes?
Yeah. Oh, Mike, can you do that with like fabric?
Do what?
The same technique.
Well, the technique would be different with fabric.
Okay.
Because you're not, fabric is mostly all interior. So if I have a leg, let's look at it on here. Because, okay, so fabric is a little bit different because it's not the same kind of massive or big object. It has a lot of complexity, like a tree and all that kind of stuff has a lot of texture, a lot of information, millions of leaves, all that kind of stuff. So that's a little bit different, okay? But if I'm talking about, is there a specific type of fabric you're talking about?
Maybe like wool or something like that.
Well, you're talking about texture.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you're saying, okay. hang on, let me unshare this. That's going to get into a whole different thing, like wool. You said wool, right?
Yep. I just mean like not necessarily the folds, just the texture itself. You can block it out like that.
Well, the texture on something like that, it's going to depend on a few things. If you're talking about a wool suit, maybe it's going to be, it's not just going to be the texture. It's also going to be the way it hangs. It's going to hang pretty heavy, probably.
That makes sense.
And then if I get closer with it, then I got to look at it and go, well, is there a pattern I can find in there? Let me see if I can find something. See, it's a very, unless I get really close to it. I'm trying to bring this up. My computer's going slow. There it goes. I mean, this is a wool sweater. So the only thing I could say there is I might just maybe do the same kind of idea, or I might actually just go more into this. If I was going to try and describe something with a heavy texture on it from a clothing perspective, then I might do the same thing, sort of, because this jacket has a lot of value shifts, okay? And again, if I was doing this with my pencil, I'd be doing it with the side of my pencil. So I might do the same thing, sort of, that I did, and I'd put in all my values first. I might just, where it breaks this edge, and this isn't a good example yet, I'm overdoing it so you can see it. I might, where it breaks the edge, show a little bit of texture. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But I'm not going to show it all over the place. And I'm going to make sure that I have all my values pushed in here first. Number one, I'd probably give it an overall value. And then I would come in here. That's too dark. But then I would come in here and, I mean, even something like that, where it's breaking this edge here, where it's getting sort of a textural idea, it's sort of that idea. And I can kind of do that with my pencil, but I'm probably going to have to just sort of dance the pencil over the edge to show that there's a texture in there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And, it's the same idea if I'm doing a basket or something. I'm not going to show all that weave, but where, maybe it goes into the shadow, I'm going to show some of that weave in there. It's the same idea. And then I'm going to let it fade out over here, and it's going to get less and less. But I might gather it up in the shadow a little bit and do two things, sort of like what we just talked about with that David Coleman stuff, where it's like, if I build up this little texture pattern in here, it's going to show what? It's going to show the texture and the value where the light is. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Have I answered that?
Yeah, I think I can apply this to a bunch of stuff.
Yeah. This idea of texture and how it breaks form. So what are we doing? The real message here is we're using the edge of the texture where it breaks, where it breaks, in this case, value, to show the edges again, just like we did with the edge of the silhouette of the tree. That's what I'm trying to get to. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. And by the way, when you go into your sketchbook and you try this stuff, make sure if you try it, if you're successful, show me, and if you're not successful, show me, because I want to see either way, because you might come up with some solution I never thought of that'll be really cool. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And you guys could see that drawings I was doing on the white paper, okay, right? Okay.
Yeah, so it looked pretty good. I mean, it was clear. I do think there's like your camera's trying to autofocus a little bit.
Oh, that's because my hand's going in front of it.
I wonder if there's a way to set the focus like to be static, since it's at the same distance from the paper. That
I'm
might
tasking. I'm tasking you with that, Mike. You're the head of my task force for anti focus management.
What kind of camera do you have?
I don't know. I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Okay. But it's good to be aware of, like you tell me that goes in and out, because if I keep my hand a little bit, I mean, I can't keep it out of there completely, but you know what I mean?
Yeah, and it's visible, like we can still see it. It just gets a little blurry off and on. I'm sure if you were using like pen or something like that, it would be like no problem.
Yeah, we're going
But
to
I
talk
think,
a little bit about pen today.
yeah,
Because
cool.
it's a different handling with pen. You got all these like really painterly things we can do with the pencil, and the pen starts to shift a little bit, right?
Hmm.
And I pulled
The
some
lighting on your
drawings.
camera is very good, though.
Huh?
The lighting on your camera is very good, though.
It
Good.
looks
Really
really
That's the
nice.
main thing I'm worried
Like
about. I don't
it's-
want it to be blown
yeah.
out.
Yeah, it looks like you're by a window or something.
No, it's my handy dandy light panels.
Yeah, the lighting is excellent. It does look like natural lighting. So you've
I've got it dialed
successfully
into a
the sun.
warm. I've got it. You can dial the temperature in, which is also a big thing to me. I can't stand cold lighting. I just don't like that.
Oh yeah, especially at night. It's awful.
I'm sorry. I'm
very
going to make sure I have this. I pulled a drawing this morning for a demo, and I'm not seeing it here. Hang on. Yeah, I'll find it in a minute. All right, so let's look at. Okay, so how did everybody do this week?
I had a much better week. I enjoyed. I sketched a lot of people, so I was able to find enough, and I feel like I was able to get some good mileage in with that. Talking about the walk south goal was really helpful. I feel like that was an area I struggled, but yeah, I think I'm addicted to sketching people now. So
That's my goal.
I can't wait for COVID to be over so I can just like drive to the coffee shop down the street and sit in it and draw people all the time.
Do you ever think
right
that
now-
would be something you couldn't do?
It's crazy.
I know it is crazy.
It's crazy. So I long for the days when I can do that. But I'm excited because I'm enjoying it now, and I can't wait to do it more accessibly. And I think the biggest thing is I wish I could get really close to people and draw them. Like there was one I did of my family. My wife was reading my elder two daughters a book, and they were sitting on the couch, and I was able to get the chair and like put it like 3 feet in front of them and just draw the whole scene up close, which was nice.
Yeah.
Out in public, it's like, especially with all the social distancing and everything's outdoors and people are creeped out and afraid of like getting too close to people, like that's a lot harder to do. So
Make
it's
sure
nice to
if you're drawing those in pencil, make sure you're spray fixing them.
yeah, I started doing that like almost religiously.
Yeah.
Because I have some of them smeared, but yeah, I've got some good ones.
But that
Spray
stuff, you know,
fix.
the other thing is this isn't just practice and all. I think we've talked about this. I mean, you're creating, you know, whether you realize it or not, you're creating a diary of moments in your life. You know what I mean? And
Yeah,
your kids and you and whoever, you know, 10 years from now, you know, you're going to look back at those things. It's really interesting to look at it. Like every time I go back, I just did it this morning. I go back to look for stuff for class and you stumble onto all this stuff and you go, oh, I totally forgot about that. And then you remember immediately where you were and what you were doing. There's just something about that drawing something, it just fixes it into your memory. Like the experience of that place, it just fixes it into your brain. You know what I mean?
yeah, you're doing
don't-
a high level of information consumption and taking
Yeah,
in
you're able to-
memorization almost.
I always say it's I think what people chase with the whole meditative thing, because you're just sitting there so zoned on this one thing, you know, like everything else drops off. And especially if you're sitting there doing it for a few hours, man, it's just like all of a sudden you
Speaking
enter
of
that
dropping
zone
off,
and
I think
everything.
you've dropped
Yeah.
off.
So is it getting easier for you? Okay, so let's look at these a little bit. Mike,
Yeah.
is it getting easier for you?
Yeah, there's a lot of things that are getting easier. I think I'm really hungry to do like life drawing and get some training in gesture.
Yes,
Because I feel like that would really help me a lot. Like
it will.
I feel like my sketching of people is. Oh, you're frozen again, aren't you?
I don't know, am I? But one thing I want to say real quick is it looks like you've had a big leap.
Yeah, I feel that way. I feel like I have, especially these last ones. They came out really nice.
Yeah, these feel like you hit a. Is this the last round of your drawings?
This is the last round, yeah.
Okay, see that? Were you warmed up?
Yeah, I was.
Okay. Okay, so let's look at a couple of things here. Like, I think this one's pretty good. You're starting to get a little bit of gesture in there, like the way you started to curve that back a little bit, where that shoulder's kind of raised up. Here, I would probably kind of unify this hair a little bit. Oops. Now, another thing is, let's say our light's here. So now when you get it to this point, now I can start coming in here and going, okay, let's darken up that line. And I can start to pop things a little bit. And then this here, let's see if we can do this. I don't know if it'll work. I'm going to throw that into silhouette a little bit. This arm's probably a little longer. Okay, and here's another thing. You can hear me okay, right?
Yeah, you're coming through clearly. Thank you.
Okay, so this is a, okay, so here's a real, and I think I've told you this before. I always call these strategic folds, okay? When I'm drawing somebody from life, all I'm looking for is the strategic folds. I don't want to overdo that, okay? So one of them, I might put an indication of the pocket. There's going to be one that pulls from back here, from the rear end. There's probably going to be something going on there where that leg crosses over the other leg, probably here too.
Everybody's wearing black leggings.
Yeah.
So it's like skin tight, and like you can't even see what's going on because it's all black.
Yeah, so that's a little different thing. I might just barely indicate it because you're still going to get something. If you bend that leg, you're going to get a little bit of a radiating fold, a little.
Definitely.
I probably maybe, if this arm's pulling forward, I might get a pull right there where it's folding over on itself. That's a lousy job of it, but you get the point. And again, if I can, whenever I do something like a sleeve, like here's my arm and here's my sleeve, if I can, I'll get that little flip back there. Why? Because it shows something going around the form. Does that make sense? Now, sometimes you can't because, you know, it's pulling this way, and then look at those folds right
I think
there.
I lost you.
Did you?
Or we all lost you.
How about now? You there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You're back, Mike.
Okay. I don't know what's going on. Look, I'm having all these weird connectivity issues. Usually what happens is either it kicks me out completely and I have to take a while to get back in, or it starts to right itself and it gets better. Just like we have last class, like at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all of a sudden everything works great, right?
So you're talking about the sleeve over the shoulder?
Yeah, so I'm going to use this little flip right there to show form, show it wrapping around, right?
We're at the sleeve over the shoulder.
Yeah, so I'm going to show that little flip a lot to show form wrapping around, okay? So if I get, see that little flip?
Yeah.
And then look at that. See that?
We're at, are you talking about pulling? Okay. Sorry, where's the body relative to the shoulder?
Here, I'll show you. Oops. So if I have that head shape, maybe the body's pulling forward here. Well, let's pull them forward like that. Yeah?
I think we're locking up again. Oh, there you go. Okay.
Okay, you see what I drew?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I might
so
get
it's flipping out a little bit in front of it.
Yeah, no, that it wouldn't in this case. It would be there. There'd probably be a pull fold here. And maybe back here it might flip a little bit.
Right, because of gravity pulling that
Yeah.
down.
So a
the
mistake.
rest of it.
Okay, does that make sense now in relation to the rest of the form?
Yeah, so the shoulder's pulling it out from the main mass of the shirt, and then the loose part is hanging down because of gravity.
Yep. And then what else is going to happen? You're going to get a fold right there because it's pulling forward. You're going to get this all in here. Okay. I don't want to over describe that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then you're going to get this. So here's the table. You're going to get a radiating fold there, and you're going to get a pull fold right there, some of the pocket. Some of the pocket. Look, and then the pants are going to run, and then this is going to happen. There's the knee. You're going to get that fold right there. And then this leg mass is going to be kind of against that. And then I'm just going to put in a wedge shape to start the foot. And then maybe the other leg's back here, maybe. And again, I'll put a line to separate that and have that other foot. And now I'll tip that foot up because it's always tipped up, or not that much.
Sorry, Mike, you're chopping in and out, and your sketch is delayed.
Yep. Let me give it a second. And you can see my screen, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you see what we've added in here, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
So let's put a little chair here. We've got a pull fold here. We've got a pull fold here. We got a pull fold here. We've got one that cuts across the leg here. Okay. Okay, so let's go back to what we're talking about.
Folds.
Huh?
I said folds.
All right, so you can see my screen again, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so what did I do? I added these three basic pull folds and this cut fold across the leg, correct?
Yeah.
And then look how much form it gives it. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
And then here, I'm going to get a kind of a compression fold right there probably. Right?
Yeah.
And then this is going to come down across the back of the pants. Now I've got sort of, or I'm starting to get, there's a unit right there. So now what's happening is I'm starting to get a little bit of form going. Okay? And then it's right back to like, here's my light source. Let's give them some hair. You know, maybe something's on his shirt, a graphic or something. I'm going to pull this out a little more. And what I kind of want you to start seeing is, then I'm going to darken up some of these lines, you know, based on where the light is and all that. But what I want you to start seeing is some of these folds, there's a certain amount of common sense to them, correct?
Mm-hmm.
You know, something's got a tension point, it's pulling away from it. That's one of them. Or even this knee one, it just happens to always cut across the shin like that. I don't know why, it just does. Well, I do know why. It hugs the form.
Because the knee's pushing the pants, bending it there, and the loose part's being pulled down.
And then when we blocked in this foot, you saw that, right? That was nothing but a wedge shape. Basically like that, correct? Yeah?
Yeah.
And then I go in and go, okay, I want to put a little heel on here. I'm going to put the, you know, this, you know, maybe my shoelaces, this is too short. Move it out a little bit, you know, but usually I'm starting off on the foot with this really simple, and then a little bit of ankle is going to show because the pants are probably going to ride up a little bit because he's sitting. And I usually just block it in sort of like that. Sort of just as a block. But then you got to remember on things like this, like on the foot, that this front part of the foot's going to tilt up. We've talked about that a little bit. Your toes don't lay flat on the ground. Your shoe lifts a little like that, okay? And I know those seem like little things, but they're not little things. They're big ideas, actually, where you're going to start getting more believability into your drawing if you're thinking about all those things, okay? Does that all make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, so let's go back here real quick. Yeah, these are a lot better, Mike.
Thank you.
Yeah? I mean, these are a lot better. And then again, watch your proportion here. This leg feels a little short. You know, this probably pulls out a little more. You know, and again, think about this. Like, here's the front of her head, right?
Mm-hmm.
The one way, and I'm not talking about breaking out the pencil and all that. I mean, you can if it helps you out a little bit. I'm trying to get you to see it. But where does this knee, like one of the things I would look at is where does this knee fall in relation to the front of the face? Right? So that'll give me a landmark where I go, okay, well, that's got to fall. You know, if it falls, I don't know, out here a little bit away from it, then I kind of know. Sometimes when I'm blocking things in, that where that knee falls, I might just kind of put a little tick mark and I'll pull back from it. Because then it sort of anchors a place, a landmark, okay?
That's really good, yeah.
Yeah, and if all those landmarks are landing in place. And also I look at like, if her hand's right in front of her torso, right? Sitting right here, right? So again, where's that hand sitting in relation to the front of the face or any other landmark I look at? Might be the shoulder. Hey, the shoulder's kicking out a little bit over here, let's say, and the hand actually falls in here. And it's really just, I don't overthink it. I don't measure it out, but it's just a sort of general marking thing, you know, and after a while it'll become second nature. Like I don't really think about it too much, but it's happening in my brain. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, because you want to make sure that you go, and then you can use anything, by the way. So if somebody's like, I don't know, pulling their pocket square out of their pocket, you know, they go back to the 40s again. If they're doing that, then I go, oh, well, okay, obviously the hand has to land right here, but then I'm also going to look at the angle of this. You know, how is it being, you know, is it this? Is it that anticipation of pulling it? Is it in mid-pull? But either way, you know, people will do this. And you're probably not going to pull it out like that. You're going to pull it out like that, right?
Right, yeah, more control if you grab it like that.
Yeah, so I'm always looking at that. And then if I'm going to block that in, you know, I'm just going to block the hand in as this simple shape, you know, however that's going to work. And then I'll build the hand around that simple shape, you know, and it's pulling out here, let's say. You know, and then what's going to happen there? I'm going to get pull folds as it's pulling out of the pocket, correct? So those are all graphic tools that I can use to tell the viewer what's happening. Yeah? Because everything has to be super clear, okay? This one I might just watch the angle of the foot a little bit. I think it's going to be a little more that way. Other than that, I think it's pretty good. Okay, and why that's important is that, you know, this is a ground plane going this way. So anything I can do to help the viewer understand that this person's not floating, that they're grounded, right? Another thing is I might just take the side of my pencil and kind of come in here and maybe just put just a really light shadow. Again, that will ground it. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Get a little more descriptive with this kind of thing. Like this foot's very round right there. You see that?
Yeah, she kind of had it rotated off to the side a little bit.
Okay, and here's another thing. Sometimes you'll look at something and people do this all the time and I go, that foot looks weird or whatever. And they go, well, that's the way they had it. And I go, okay, but it doesn't translate into a drawing. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's not even you not drawing it correctly. It's like that just doesn't translate into a drawing very well. Okay.
Yeah, people aren't used to paying attention to that, so nobody recognizes it.
Yeah, or if so if she's turning it towards the viewer a little bit, the palm or the bottom of her foot, is that it?
I'm trying to remember.
It looks to me like it's turned a little that way towards the viewer.
Yeah, I don't recall that specific detail.
Yeah, so if it is, then I probably would have got a little more of the shoe in here and a little more of that. There's a very definite shoe shape that's, you know, here's the heel, you know, and then this stuff's going to be behind it. So I want to make sure that the viewers really, you know, there's a very, you know, that footprint shape. It's a very identifiable shape. So if you turn that bottom of the shoe towards me, I can really emphasize that sole shape, and that's going to help the viewer with it. Also, it feels a little squat this way. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So on some of yours now, you're starting to hit better proportions now. And now doing what I just said, where you're measuring things off a little bit, that's going to help you a little bit with that. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, use the table too. I mean, whatever you got there, if this person's leaning over a table, then that also is a landmark that I can use. You know, how high off the head, two things. How, let's say the chin, maybe, how far is it from the table? And then from the bottom of the table down, how far is it to this knee? Right? And I can just eyeball those things. Again, I'm not doing sight size stuff, okay? I'm just looking at things just sort of generally and going, oh, that, because I've done this, everybody's done this. I've done somebody and they're sitting there and their hands out, maybe their hands on a drink or something. And then I look at it and it's drawn fine, like it looks fine. But when I look at it and I go, do that, and I go, where's that hand in relation to the front of the face? All of a sudden I realize that, oh, wait, it's way out here.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not in here, or I might even have it way in here. And it'll look okay, but it's like, if I want to be accurate, I'm actually not, I'm off, okay? Now, you can also go too far with that, where I've seen this, where people go, they're trying to, like in character design or whatever, they're trying to pose the figure, and I've looked at it, and it's people I've had in this class who draw pretty loose figures and do a really good job of that. Then all of a sudden their work will get very stiff, and then I'll look at it and go, why is that? What's this pose saying? I don't know what this pose is saying. Because you don't want them to get into that formulaic thinking. It's just something that happens when they go into like character design or things like that, because, you know, they'll look on the internet and all this kind of stuff, and they'll hear all these sort of rules, and all those things are great. But then I'll go, this pose looks odd, you know, like, why is this arm jutting out like this? And it just looks weird. I don't know what this pose is saying. And I'll go, why is that arm doing this? And they go, well, I read this thing or whatever, and it says this negative shape should be this, and this in relation. And it's like, that's not observational. And sometimes I draw something and I look at it and I go, yeah, that negative shape's a little different, but it's fine. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
There's design. And again, we've talked about this. Your design needs to be in service now, or your drawing needs to be in service to the design. I mean, we're trying to be good draftspeople here, but at the same time, there's design in here, okay? And that bottom of the foot thing, or because I do this all the time, I'll throw a pose down on something and I go, that just looks weird, and I'll change it. Or what I was going to tell you, that video that I sent you, that David Coleman guy,
Mm-hmm.
he points something out that's really interesting when he's drawing that cat, okay? So the cat's paws are like this. Can you see it?
Yeah, yeah.
And then he goes, I'm going to take that cat paw and I'm going to turn it like that, right? And then when he turned it, it felt much more natural, because he's observed cats so much and animals. And he goes, you know, they do this lazy thing where they turn one paw like that. He didn't happen to be doing it in that moment, but he goes, I'm just going to turn that paw there because it's just a better pose. You know, breaks the form, all that kind of stuff, right? And I know that, like, it takes a while to get confident enough with your drawing to do that. But again, I'm always trying to plant seeds for you guys 6 months from now when your drawing is really getting more fluid. And then, you know, that, because I always felt, I think I've told you guys this, I always felt like I had to have some magic moment or some permission or something to start changing everything I was looking at. And then I realized, like, you have to change things you're looking at. It makes a better drawing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I started to do that in like baby steps, like the table with the two women. It was a long table and they were sitting really far apart because they were like really afraid of like COVID. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make that table shorter and move them closer together. So it's kind of a simple thing to do, but I thought.
No, it is. It's absolutely, yeah. And baby steps is fine, okay? One of the things I'm always complaining about is, like, in my other class, I just did an acrylic demo. We're doing a cityscape. And I give them a drawing. I go, you can use another drawing. You can use your own drawing, but it has to be a very finished drawing. It has to be in perspective. And I don't want any post-apocalyptic sci-fi nonsense, because you haven't even learned how to paint yet. And now you want to jump over and do these crazy concept paintings. It's like, just learn your mediums and learn your techniques, and then you can do anything you want. Does that make sense? Get your good fundamentals down, just like you were saying, yeah, you take life drawing. Damn right you do. All you guys got it, okay? And I was thinking about this other night in relation, I probably said this, but in relation to like art history. Like, whatever track you're on, you better be taking art history if you want to go out there in the world, because I've got news for you. Almost every art director is going to talk to you in art history speak. That's going to be the reference point for all kinds of design ideas, you know? hey, a little Raphael, but with some Robert Williams thrown into it. You know what I mean? You'll go, what? And if you don't understand all those things, you're going to be like, what? Like who's, and then you're going to be scrambling around. You're not going to be able to have a conversation in the moment with these people. And they don't have time, man. This stuff all moves fast. You got to know what they're talking about and know how to interpret that. Okay. And then one other thing, and everybody does this. I think there could be a little more cranium back here. Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
Probably a little here.
I did more of a spherical. Wait,
No, everybody does that. But what you got? Okay, so here's the other thing that I always look at. If I have like, and here you don't have it so much, but like if I'm drawing a person, so that ear falls about halfway back the head right there. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the nose, and then okay, I have that hair line there, and then there's usually a gap between the start of the hair and the back of the ear. Does that make sense? So I look at the distance right here and I go, oh, it starts about there. And then I just look at the distance and go, oh, there's a little more distance there.
I've been paying attention to that ear thing, and it's so helpful. The ear is like,
yeah, everybody does this.
Magic.
Everybody does this thing where they compress the back of the head like that. It's just a normal thing. Everybody does it. You know, but if you have something to measure off of, then you're, this one's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, I like that one.
Now, one thing I'd say is like, was that person hustling or were they walking?
That's where like I was like trying to, because they were walking in and out. They were walking. Okay, this person actually, now I remember, she had a dog, and she just went by real quick. Like I only had 20 seconds, so I didn't get to draw the dog. But she had a leash in her hand with a dog. So she was moving at a decent pace. I wouldn't say she was like running, but she did have a dog going.
So I could get her, push this leg out a little bit, tilt up this foot, maybe have this one starting to leave a little bit, or maybe even bend this one a little bit. And then this one, they're standing very rigid.
Yeah, and that was because like I only saw him once. It was a kid. He had a helmet on, and he walked by with his Frappuccino, and I got kind of the form of his head and his body, and I kind of paid attention to what he was wearing. But then it was like I kind of just made up the legs at that point.
Yeah, so you got to think about the center of gravity, where your center of gravity is.
Okay.
He's starting to tilt a little this way, where he feels like he's going to go that way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that is good.
So when you're drawing these things and somebody's in a posture, like here's another one. And I always say this, if you look at side views of people, especially when they're broken down from a drawing perspective, and I'm always fascinated by this. So you have the head here, you have this upper chest area, then maybe your hips, and then, you know, knees, and then down. And what's going on there is you got that, everything's sort of in balance with each other. They're not this, like that head sitting back a little bit. There might be a little arch to the back. And what that's all doing is sort of balancing on each other, right? But it'll throw it back a little bit. And everything's kind of counterbalancing over each other. So you got to really keep that in mind when you're drawing like a side view or any view. And then you also got to go, if I have somebody in a sort of dynamic pose, whatever you want to call it, you know, hang on. You know, I want to go, if this is pushed out, maybe this, and then this leg's here. I'm just making this up, obviously. And maybe there's a leg back here. Well, I want to think about this center of gravity. So this thing doesn't, it feels, you know, there's a center of gravity whenever you're standing up, okay? And when you start, you know, bending forward or backwards or anything, there's still a center of gravity that's keeping you from tipping over, right? So you always want to be aware of where that is, even if it's a really strong dynamic pose. Now, if somebody's in mid-run and they're leaning forward, you know, and you capture them leaning forward, that's a little different because the forward momentum's keeping them from obviously falling over, right?
Mm-hmm.
Does that all make sense?
Yeah. And so when you do center of gravity lines, how do you normally approach that? Is it like, I've heard some people say like, oh, that you look at where the chest is, or
I
all
look at
that?
literally, I'll look, if I'm going to think about it, I'm going to look at it probably from wherever the feet are grounded and sort of reverse engineer back up.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And then I'm also going to look at, in relation to the feet and things, they've got to be sitting in a certain way too. Like all those things are, you're almost always in a state of contrapposto all the time. That's why you lean your weight on one leg. We've talked about this. You lean your leg on one leg, or your weight on one leg, and then you lock one leg, and then you'll shift, right? Which is just a fatigue thing. So you're always in this constant state of fatigue, right? Whether you're sitting, you sit like this on the table.
It's amazing.
Maybe you're gesturing, and then maybe you lean back on the thing, and then you sit back here on your elbows again, and then you're gesturing again. And then you'll find out that people are doing 3 or 4 poses, and that's it. Because we all have our mannerisms and all that kind of stuff. Also, how we're sitting is limiting how much movement we can even make. Okay? So, or if you're standing in line, you're going to do a lot of that shifting your weight on your hips, right? You're going to, now people have phones. It used to be, you'd stand there kind of awkwardly, and what do I do with my hands? You do this, you shift your weight, and then you're going to find out like, okay, that person's hitting, and we talked about this, that person's hitting maybe 3 poses. I'll start one drawing, they move into that next pose, I start that drawing, they move into the next pose, now I got 3. And they're going to keep going back, and I'll go back to this one and start working on that one again. Now I'm going to go back to this one, and they're just going to move around, and I can do 3 or 4 poses at the same time if they're like sitting at a table or something like that. Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And we talked about that one time in that coffee shop where they had a bench, like a long bench, and I was showing this kid how to do this, and he was sitting on this guy was sitting on his knees, leaning on his knees, because there's no armrest on this thing, right? And then so I was blocking it in, and then the guy went back and he leaned on the thing like that, right? And the kid goes, see what I mean? He goes, he moved. I go, he's going to go right back to that other pose. And he goes, well, how do you know that? And I go, he doesn't have any choice. There's no armrest, there's no table. He's basically got 2 options here. One is leaning on his knees, and the other one's leaning back against the back of the bench. That's basically the only poses he's going to hit. And that is all you hit, okay?
Yeah.
You got an armrest, you're going to lean on the armrest. But you'll see it, man. You'll start getting a third sense of this where you're just like, I know exactly what they're going to do. Or time it out where like they're sitting down and they're eating and they just got their meal. They're not going anywhere. And the poses aren't going to change that much. They're going to be eating. Now you got that, putting it here, putting it here, or putting it here. Okay. I just drew a guy the other day for some reason over in Palm Springs, and he was sitting like this, and he kept putting his food in his hand right here, like this. I guess he was eating it like this, but every time I looked over, he was doing that. It was kind of unusual, you know what I mean? It was almost like he was presenting his food. It was just kind of interesting.
He's trying to enjoy it more or something.
And he kept doing it, because I go, oh, he's not going to do that for very long. Then I kind of put it in, and I look over, and he was doing it again. And then he'd stop, and then he did it again. I don't know what he was doing. I think he was just really holding his food like that, eating it, But it was kind of interesting. Okay, does all that make sense?
Yeah.
So get into that interior. You've heard me say that a million times, correct?
Yeah.
This one's pretty good right here. Yeah?
Yeah, I like that one.
Okay, so here's another thing. Let's break this down. I'm going to put a layer over this, and let's go. Oh, let's just do this. If we break this down, we're getting a little bit of a side view here, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it feels like it's a little bit of actually a 3/4 view, correct?
Yeah.
So if I break that down from a kind of people perspective, that ear is probably there, which is about right. I got glasses. And then if we break this down, we can go, here's that form, but then this unit is actually more like this. And then the other knee's in here somewhere. And then this leg is actually going to go, or this foot's actually going to go a little more that way. Does that make sense?
He had something weird going on. He had his laptop on his lap. At first I
Okay.
was like, what are those strap things? And it was like, oh, he's got like a laptop on his lap.
See, that's
Kinda
another thing where I
unusual.
go, do I need that?
Yeah.
Right?
Just, yeah.
And then what I would do, okay, but do you understand what I'm talking about turning this guy a little more 3/4?
Yeah, making his legs more in alignment.
Yeah,
with
more
his-
in, you know, and I can look at this bottom part as just a big square if it helps you visualize it, right?
Yeah.
But what I might have done, and again, I know this takes a while to get comfortable with it, I probably would have just put the laptop right here. Yeah?
Yeah. No, that's good.
And then, you know, what I like to do is then I'll put a glass of or a cup of coffee here.
Wow, not alcohol. I'm proud of you, Mike.
Yeah, right. Usually it's a martini. Okay, so let's change it. It's a martini with an olive.
Made him fall off the wagon, Mike. I hope you're happy.
Well, I can't help it, man. What do you want from me? Okay, and then I put this in, and then here I'm probably going to get, again, one of those. If it's a structured shirt with a collar, there's a seam right there, so I can use that. I can put this other arm over here. Might have a pull seam across there. I don't want too many folds. You got to be careful with that. I can put that pocket. I can put that radiating fold right there. Finish off the pants. Put this one into silhouette. Finish off the shoes. You know, and I might go, you know, is it in a commercial place? And maybe I can put some tile on the floor to give it a sense of grounding. You know, chair. Oops. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And it just turns them a little bit. So we got to be careful that we're not going, okay, here's a side view, and then the bottom of them's twisted this way or something like that. That starts to get into that Egyptian thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Good, though. You know, I always say what I'm looking for in everything is like improvement, okay? That's a big improvement.
Thank you.
Okay? Your proportions are getting way better. It looks to me how your scene is getting better. And at the end of the day with all this stuff, that's all we're talking about is seeing. Learning how to see, right?
Mm-hmm.
And abstracting things. I'm going to jump around a little bit here, and then I might jump into demo paper mode and then jump back over here. We'll see what we do.
Thank you, Mike.
Thanks. Thanks for putting the time into that, you guys. It means a lot to me when you guys put a lot of time into this stuff, when I can see you're putting time into it, okay? And I've just had another 2 classes that did that, where they're, man, really hard projects, and they put a lot of time into them, okay? This stuff ain't easy, or everybody would do it. Okay, Megan.
Hello.
What do you think?
These were a lot of fun. I had a good time with these ones.
Where'd you go?
Marina Del Rey.
Oh, that's interesting. Where'd you go down there?
My grandpa lives down there, so sometimes me and my mom go and like get his groceries for him, but we like went and stopped and picked up lunch at this little restaurant down there, so I was drawing down there. And then I was like trying to do like character stuff or like add in little like speeches and stuff. So it was a lot of fun.
Good. Well, I like this one a lot. Now, is
Thanks,
this one warmed up?
Yeah, no, these were at this page right here was like the second to last, I think. Last one, maybe.
You know what's weird is like all these COVID drawings that everybody's doing, you know, everybody's wearing masks and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be like the rings in a tree, you know what I mean? Like they'll look at this,
Yeah.
been around 5,000 years, and they go, see how those rings are all screwed up? There was an ice age right there. And
It's gonna be like all these drawings are from
yeah, and all your
2020.
sketchbooks are going to be like, ding, you know, all these like COVID
Yeah.
drawings, and all of a sudden you're out of it again.
Yeah, it's been weird because like everyone wears one usually, which is good, but it's weird to like have to draw that on everybody.
Yeah, I get it.
Well, it's nice if you get somewhere where people are eating or drinking. They'll
That's true.
take them off.
If it's outside and they're eating, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I like this one. So he's got the order thing back here, right?
Uh-huh.
Was this, what did you say it was, a coffee shop?
It was like a restaurant, but it was like bakery. They had some coffee stuff.
Oh, okay. I think I'd make a little bigger statement back here, because I mean, I'm reading it fine, but I might just for fun, like, I think sometimes they have those little, and I don't know, it might be too much. They have those little clips, then they'll have the paper on.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And then I might do sort of what you're starting to do it, where I might lift a, you know, and maybe the edge is folded over, you know, and then, you know, and I wouldn't put a clip on all of them. I might just do it on one or two. And just make a little bit bigger statement back here with this, just because that really speaks to restaurant.
Uh-huh.
And then what was this here?
It's like a display case.
Okay. And then what was this here?
Like those metal bins that they would put like little cut fruit or like something in that they can just scoop out of.
Okay, so like that, it feels to me like I should be seeing into these a little bit. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yeah.
I go, okay, I'm going to put, you know, something in there. Maybe it's apples or whatever. You know, and then maybe this has something else in it. I'm just going to give the viewer I just want to give them a sprinkling of like bakery.
Okay.
Right. And I just want to make a big enough, and this is great. These little lamps are great. Now make sure when you're doing your ellipses, you're sort of sweeping them. Doing a nice little clean sweep, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do that ghosted thing and then we drop, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So that's nice. I like this a lot. I'd put did they have a cable holding them?
I think they were attached to like, it wasn't the ceiling, but like a railing kind of, where like the menus were above.
Yeah, that might be something where I'd just change it. I don't know why, I just like them hanging, but that's just a personal
looks
preference.
cool.
That doesn't really mean anything, but and then, you know, I might go, maybe these are stainless steel. So with the side of my pencil, I'll come in here and give them a little tone. Hang on. I just do it, you know, give this. And then just maybe erase out a little bit of a highlight on here.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same way with my pencil. I'll go in here and do that, and then I'll come back in here because I'll wipe out some of the line, and I'll come back in here and reinforce the line here and there if I need to.
Gotcha.
Curly hair, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I like this guy.
Thanks. I like that one too. I'm still trying to do the Ian Abanda stuff.
Oh, yeah? The super hardcore reduction drawing.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great exercise. He captures so much flavor in those things and like so little, you know?
That's what I love about it, yeah.
Yeah, me too. And you know, what's interesting, and there's another one named Tally Chick. Have you ever looked her up?
Mm-mm.
I think she works for Disney. She's a story person, and she does, I like his better, but that's just personal preference. But
I love her.
What's her name?
Tally Chick.
Tally Chick?
Yeah, she's on Instagram.
Okay, I'll look her up too.
I might give
She's really cool.
Yeah, she is really cool. And she
I'll
did
look
a
her up.
book. I think she's the one that did the book called I Moved to Los Angeles to Work in Animation or something. It actually was,
Oh, okay. I've heard
I
of
think
that.
that's her.
yeah, I think it's her. But so just give me a little more, like right here where this hair breaks. That might be again, sort of like the tree thing. Then I'll come in here and give that. I'll turn it. I'll give you some really curl information, and then I'll turn the form. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And just a little more, like when I'm looking at the first, I just found one actually. Hang on. I just found a drawing with this in it this morning, because what I'm going to go over later. Hang on. So this one is sort of using that same idea. Hang on. I got to do this. You guys see that guy already?
Mm-hmm.
So he sort of got, you know, and I dragged his beard across the thing, right? But there's a sort of an interior scribble language, but I'm giving you some information on the exterior of that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then see how it dissipates where his beard ends, right? And whenever I say scribble language to people, sometimes they jump into this literally a scribble language. It's like, no, it's based on interior. That, and again, that falls into that texture area. Hang on. Where, you know, in the interior, I'm giving you less information, but it's based, that scribble language is based on what I viewed or figured out how the curls are working. Okay. So it's a balance. It's like, I don't want to over describe it, but I want your brain to fill it all in and feel like it's complete. You know what I mean? And I've just noticed that, you know, and not just me, anybody knows this, that when you sort of do that indication thing and everything, and I've said this a million times, people look at my sketchbooks all the time and they go, oh, there's so much detail. And there's like no detail in almost anything I draw. Okay.
Yeah.
So get this guy's legs. Now I'm seeing a proportion thing, right?
Yeah, I can't see your screen now, though.
Oh, sorry.
Just like Phil.
Like here, look. This guy. Those legs feel like a little short, yeah?
Oh, yes.
I mean, even when yeah, hang on. Just maybe down here or something.
Okay.
And then think about it. Again, you have a big starting point here. Where's the bottom of this apron? And then how far is this foot from the bottom of the apron? Yeah?
Okay.
And then what's this leg doing?
It was the leg that was like back while he was walking.
Okay, so we got to get that sort of worked out. I'm going to put this, because it feels like this one should be like out there somewhere to me. Again, we're showing him in like 3/4, but then the legs are sort of going profile.
Yeah, I see it now.
And again, if it helps you to break that stuff, just to think about it. You know, I've got a person standing, whatever direction they're standing on, I can literally break it down into, you know, this kind of blocky idea. And then even think of like, here's the front leg. There's that foot. And then here's the front leg. And then this one's going to sit behind that form. Does that make sense? You know, sometimes, you know, like I know I'm always talking about like, we don't want to always have to rely on a box and all that kind of stuff, because we don't. But if it helps you to visualize it, use it. Okay?
Okay.
And after a while, again, a lot of this stuff, and I'm trying to be clear on this, a lot of the stuff we're doing is really like that kind of thing. When you're using that to visualize something, that does, to me, that doesn't mean when you go out into the world and you're working and doing whatever you're doing, it doesn't mean like, oh, I always have to construct figures this way. It's just it's an exercise and a tool to help you see. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I've seen that over and over again. And we've probably talked about that, where people, they sort of learn these exercises. They don't realize it's like, no, that's to help you achieve this. It's not that the exercise isn't the end all be all. It's like, you know, you don't want it. You need to be able to start seeing, like I always said, you know, when you're taking a 3D model and, you know, you're turning that form around, that's how I see things in my head. So if I draw a horse and, you know, I sit there and draw horses for a couple hours, then I'm going to go, okay, there's this main mass, this shape, and this shape. And then I can take those main masses and go, oh, if I turn it this way, it's going to obscure a little bit of this, and it's going to, you know, this is going to get in front of that. But I'm seeing it is like a 3D model. I'm just turning all those forms because I understand them. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I'd still argue, you know, if you sit around and you're always building everything out of a box, everything's going to start getting very, very viscom-y, and that's great if you're doing a car or something like that. But I mean, I don't think it's great when you're doing like character or organic things. You've got to learn to see those things. Like that stuff's in the back of your head, how it's put together. But you know, you're seeing it clearly, and you can kind of just throw it down. It just turns, like I told you, my old teacher, he would refer to his eyes as a measuring device. At some point, you've got to kind of get that going, right? And that's what observational sketching does, obviously, okay?
Yeah.
I think this foot should go a little more that way. They're kind of turning a little bit. Those 2 feet are sort of turning in a little bit, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's my other question. This person who is looking at their phone, are they like this? Or are they kind of like that, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it is kind of like that, but it looks to me like there should be a little more angle here.
Okay.
And then again, where does this fall? Where does this elbow fall in relation to the edge of the torso? Probably angled out a little more.
Mm-hmm.
This is a good one right here. That's very Ian Abond.
Yeah,
Right?
I like that one.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I love this
I was
little
happy with
lean.
that one.
Huh?
I was happy with that one.
I love the little lean on it. See how much that adds to it?
Mm-hmm. He was sitting on like just like one of those parking lot like wall things, so there was nothing for him to like rest his back on. So I think that's why he was kind of the fatigue thing.
As soon as this COVID thing's over, I want to go out and do like a massive sketch group.
Yeah.
Everybody be able to get out and just go, let's all go to like wherever, natural history, wherever you guys want to go. I don't care.
Sounds awesome.
Yeah. That'd be fun.
Okay, go ahead, Mike. Or who was it? Oh, Tucker.
I just said that sounds awesome.
I just said let's do it. So
Yeah. And then you've got like a stylization thing you've been doing, you know. So again, you know, adding observational to that's really going to help it, right?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just, you know, keep thinking about your proportion. This is starting to work pretty nice, this little fold.
Mm-hmm.
And like this, I like this because it's like a very random mark making thing, but I believe it.
Okay.
Yeah. Might be a little pull right there. This to me, these proportions, I can comment on the proportions, but it feels a little more stylistic to me. So it's a little, although we're getting that Egyptian thing now where he's standing, this foot is actually going that way a little bit.
Okay.
Does that make sense? And where we're kind of doing that Egyptian thing again. Little hieroglyphs or whatever they're called. So was he gesturing here? This is nice. I like the hair.
Thanks.
And then like right before it turns usually on hair. So you got this break, right? You got the shine, or you got the value and then the shine and then the value again. Like right here, it'll get a little like kind of like a core shadow right there. And right there usually. I like this guy. I like this one. Well, I love this. I like how you punched him out a little bit, and then this is sort of just gestured in.
They were like looking at a menu or something.
Yeah. Good. I like seeing this arm over here in front of this. Now I might darken that up a little bit, and it'll really separate it, right? And then kind of, yeah, I mean, you're doing it here. I'd probably put that a little indication of that sleeve.
Okay.
The seam. I'd probably get rid of this little sharp point here. You see that little point?
Yeah.
Probably soften that up a little bit. Soften this up a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that you have like a little bit of a gathering thing right there. That's nice. And then this really feels like it's wrapping around, which is nice.
Okay, cool.
And you can see this is a nice arm. I like this arm.
Thank you.
So you can see it's all little indication-y things. It's not like, you know.
Yeah,
big
very
brilliant
subtle.
statements. Yeah. And that Ian Abond guy's a great example of that. It's like, look how sometimes he'll throw the hands in where they're just like almost a scribble, but it's like he clearly understands all that. You know what I mean? Okay, questions?
I don't think so.
I love this guy's thumbs. That's nice.
I
That's
really enjoy
nice.
drawing people on their phone. Because they usually are sitting still, but like the hands holding the phone, I think is fun to draw.
I was drawing, I think I told you guys, I used to go to the McDonald's. Well, I just kind of landed on what time the the high school lets out up here. I was just there drawing one time, and all these high school kids came in, and it was funny drawing them on their phone because they're so like, I was looking at them going, this generation's going to have the worst posture in the world, you know what I mean? Because they were really leaning down into it, you know, and stuff, and it was kind of wrong. And the kids up here are kind of funny because they're sort of out of touch, you know? And they all think they're cool like teenagers do, and they're so not cool. But they're super fun to draw. Okay, so just watch these kind of things, right?
Okay.
And also, I'd argue, you know, what was her posture like? Like a lot of times I probably talked about this, but a lot of times with guys, they'll kind of do what you're doing here, actually, where they'll have their phone, and here's their hands, and they'll sort of kick their hips out forward a little bit, like that. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So when I'm always looking for these kind of things that I can push from a sort of a gestural point of view. And again, I got to think about my center of gravity, that it feels like it's not going to fall over. Okay. See, when you pull this one out and you kind of turn his feet a little bit, it works pretty good.
Yeah, it looks better for sure.
But I like the styling of it.
Okay.
It's interesting. The thing I like about this kind of stuff here is you know, I like interaction. You know, because at the end of the day, if you're not messaging what you're drawing, you know what I mean? It doesn't really mean anything at some point, you know? And I love it when you find a weird dynamic with people that's kind of interesting, you know? Like, sometimes I see dynamics, I think I told you guys this, where I'll see some relationship going on at a table, and I'm like, what is that relationship? What is that? You know what I mean? Or that couple I think I told you about, they'd show up late at like 9 at night, this place I'd go sketching at, and every night they'd show up, this older couple, they'd get the newspaper, they'd order the same thing, which was like a big thing of French fries and I don't know, a couple Cokes or something. And then they'd take the paper apart and give each other the sections they like, and they'd sit there and read the paper, eat French fries, and then have conversation around. It was actually kind of cool, you know what I mean? That they like to have conversation with each other, and they just like, you know, it was just it seemed like a nice relationship. You know? Yeah. It seemed like they actually liked each other. And that's going to give you what? That's going to give you story ideas, character ideas. I mean, your sketchbook is where you're going to get all your nuance, all your, you know, just so much information. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm jumping all over. Oh, let's look at these. Where's Natalie? Is Natalie here?
Yes, I'm here.
So are these from photos or from life, or both?
Combination. The couple ones that are more rendered out are from, I think, the Sartorialist.
This feels like the Sartorialist, yeah?
Yeah.
You got a real bold thing going on, yeah?
Yeah, with pictures, I definitely am more comfortable with stylizing and like playing around with things more than life.
We got to get that going from both, right?
Yeah, those ones are from life. So I was like
good.
trying to do it more, but those are me, so I could actually pose and like take time with it more. Those are from life too.
Oh, good. So it's like a mirror thing?
No, these ones are other people. The other page with
These are
the
great.
full bottom. Thank you.
What kind of pencil are you using? Is that a Prisma?
Yeah, black Prismacolor.
Really bold, man. I like the hair shapes. Like, this is a great hair shape right here.
Thank you.
And I love the way you did that. It's pulling behind the ear, and I'm you're showing that directional thing that's pulling behind the ear and all that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Really simple. This is really nice. Guitars are hard, huh?
Yeah. They were far away.
They are. They're tricky, man.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you're playing. Like, go and draw somebody who's playing.
I have before, and it's so hard.
Yeah, and it's hard to get that spatial relationship. Like, all of a sudden you'll go like, the arm's like way out here or something. You're like, it's hard, And that's another thing where you got to look at when I'm drawing that. I'm really going to block in the guitar based on, again, where is it in relation to the chin? Where is it in relation to the side of the torso? And just sort of get that main shape in there. Then I can place the hand in there, put the neck, and then I can place the hand there. And I got to kind of reverse engineer out of it. At least that's how I do it, right? I sort of, I can get those hands placed, I can build the arms into the hands,
Right.
Were you the one who was doing all the drawings in church?
Yes.
Okay. Is this one right here? These two backs of the heads, are they in church? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You can always tell because
Yeah.
it's always the backs of heads, right?
Yeah.
And then what is this, ballpoint?
Uh-huh. It's just a random pen I found.
Like this one right
Purple.
here, this bottom one, this girl. Just like, hang on a minute. This one.
Mm-hmm.
This one. Are these from life?
Mm-hmm. These are church drawings.
They're what?
These are church drawings, like after
okay.
the service. Yeah, when people are just sitting around and talking.
Be careful with this. Get this foot out here. That's going to be coming out here a little bit. I mean, it could be seeing, I might even be seeing a little bit of the bottom of that shoe a little bit, if it's turned a little.
Yeah.
And again, rely on that sole shape if you can, okay?
Mm-hmm.
This one's interesting. Who's this?
A person at IKEA.
Was there
They're
something here they were leaning on?
Yeah, I think it was a counter, or it was at a cash register. So.
Yeah, always give me at least that so I know
Right, yeah.
how that pose works, right? You don't have to describe it. Just give me the top of the table. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I went to IKEA to try to draw crowds, and then I got kind of overwhelmed. So I just have one little drawing. It's a few people, but it's bad. But,
this one's good. I like this one.
Yeah, that's one of the only ones I liked out of all of them. But that was my attempt at a crowd on the right.
Oh, back here?
Yeah.
I don't think that's bad.
Okay, cool. And then I just filled in the spaces with guinea pigs. So
you could just kind of add in a few more if you want in here. And you're going to see it really becomes about movement as much as anything.
Right.
Like we talked about. Because one of the main reasons I want to put crowds, and then as it gets back here, I can almost put nothing. And it'll still work. And maybe back here I'll put a silhouette. Maybe back here another silhouette. But I don't think that's a bad start at all.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Guinea pigs. And then okay, so I like this. Is there anywhere here where I can get some little indication of fur?
Mm-hmm.
Right? And then I think this will probably comes back higher, here's my guess.
Yeah, probably.
And then they kind of meatloaf like cats, right?
Yeah. Depending on how chubby they are, yeah.
Yeah, they do that little meatloafy thing, right? Try and draw a meatloafing cat. It's hard, because you can't see anything.
Yeah.
Okay, so any questions on this?
I think I need to try to draw crowds more. Like, it was hard because I kept wanting to focus on individual people, and then I was like, dang it, I should actually try to draw crowds. And then
Well, I
it
mean,
was
I think
scary.
right now, look, we're all learning and stuff. Especially, go out and draw what you feel like drawing. If you feel real on fire and you're warmed up and
Mm-hmm.
and go for a crowd,
Okay.
I mean, like I said, somewhere when we get about halfway through or whatever, we're really off and running where it's sort of like, let's stylize, let's do this, let's do that. Let's just try a lot of different things, right?
Mm-hmm.
And
Yeah.
let's draw our hamburger, let's draw a person, let's draw the salt shakers, let's draw the room, let's draw the exterior. I don't care. Now it's all over the place, right? So now it's kind of a little bit of everything. And again, I don't want to put endless constraints on you how you're drawing here. I want good drawings, and I want you to practice kind of what we're talking about as to methodology and everything, but I want to make sure that you're also going out and having, I mean, part of this, I'm hoping, again, is that, is to get you addicted to a sketchbook, and part of being addicted to a sketchbook is it's fun, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've definitely been having fun with it. And I, like, whenever I see an interesting person, I'm like, oh, I want to draw them.
The thing I love, what I love about a sketchbook is it's just like, because I've talked to people and they go, oh, you practice all the time. And I go, I don't practice at all. I draw all the time and paint all the time because I like doing that. I go, it's not, I don't practice per se.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I go, and the thing I love about a sketchbook is I love going out with a sketchbook and drawing in it. And then the byproduct of it is, yeah, I am practicing a lot, but it doesn't feel like it.
Right.
I
Yeah,
know
I
when you
definitely
guys are first learning. When you guys are first learning this, I get it. It feels a little more, obviously you're struggling through it a little more and all that kind of stuff. But trust me, man, if you get in there and you get addicted to that thing and it becomes intertwined in your life and you're out doing it all the time, you are going to it's going to compress your learning curve like you would not believe. Okay.
Yeah, the first couple weeks for me, I was like not really enjoying it. It probably was partly because we were just doing like buildings and they're hard. But then once we started getting into people, I like really was like having fun, and I still am. So yeah.
But also draw buildings.
Yeah.
Okay. And by the way, nothing's different, right? If you look at everything and you just see it as shape, like I do, I just see everything as shape. Everything's kind of interesting to me. Okay. I just see interesting shapes. If I see an interesting grouping of, there's these, I keep driving by it. We just drove by it yesterday off the 210 in Irwindale. I think it's in Irwindale. There's this big field and there's these 3 or 4 big giant, some kind of earth moving equipment. I don't know what it is, which I have no interest in, but there's something about that jumble of shapes that I find really interesting. And I'm like, and it's in this big open field. And I go, I want to go paint that, but I can't get into the field. But every time I go by it, it's just the shapes of it that attract me to it. Or the same thing with people, it's this weird jumble of shapes that I find pleasing or whatever. And that's what I want to draw. Does that make sense? I mean, just everything for me is abstracted.
Yeah.
I just see everything kind of as an abstraction.
Hey, Mike, when you started sketching, I mean, maybe that's a really long time ago, but like,
thanks.
What, how did your enjoyment progress? Did you just always enjoy it, or did you enjoy certain things at first and then you got interested in others?
You know what was weird is that I don't think, probably until I got to Fullerton, I don't think I drew anything from life, really. I was always drawing out of my head. But somewhere in the back of my head, I had this obsession with the idea of, there's some obsession in my head. I think I have some sort of obsession with documentation and things like that, of capturing moments and things like that. And I always thought when I'd see somebody who would do like a little, they're staying at some hotel in Paris and they do some little beautiful painting of the window looking out to the Eiffel Tower or something. And, maybe in watercolor, it was just sketched, or it's a sketch or whatever. And you'd see these things like by Zorn or these people. And I go, God, that's like the coolest thing ever. Cause they're capturing moments. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? So what happened is then I came in and started kind of getting a handle on, or started to have to draw from life because I had to, like in basic drawing and things like that. And then when I got to Art Center, I had a class with Norm, I've showed you guys Norm stuff. And he had this great class. It was sort of like this, where we always went out on field trips and stuff. And we went, and I was scared to death of it. All the hot shots were in this class. I mean, Norm was a badass, you know, it was the class, you know, everybody wanted, right? Or the skill set everybody wanted. So anyway, I went out with him. We went to the Arboretum. I remember this. And that's the first place that I threw down like a sketch that I went, I think this is pretty good. And from that moment on, man, I was totally addicted to it. You know what I mean? And it also taught me like, okay, I can do this. Okay. You just got to get, you know, and I think a lot of you have already done this past this point where you get that one where you go, okay, that looks pretty good. I did that from life and it looks pretty good. And it starts to click a little bit. Does that make sense? And then it was just like, I got really good at it really fast because I just started doing it all the time. And then I had the conversation with Gary, I think I told you guys about, where he would do those mind-blowing painting demos and like acrylic and gouache and stuff. And I was just looking at it going, that's not attainable. You know what I mean? It's not attainable. And because I just thought he was a freak. And then when I would sit over his shoulder all the time, watch him paint all the time and ask him questions. And one time I asked him something about, I joked around, I go, when am I going to get that good? And he goes, I've been doing this for 40 years. I should be good at it. And it taught me the idea of mileage. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
But once I got a good drawing in that sketchbook, man, that was it. Because then I was like, and then I got 2 or 3 of them, and you know, and then it just progresses and stuff like that. And then you have a great teacher, like Norma's a great teacher and stuff, and he really helped me, push me forward. He really helped me with getting clarity on which of my drawings were good and not good. Because I remember him going through my sketchbook one time, and I go, hey, Norm, go through my sketchbook. And he's going through it, and he goes, that one's a B. And I remember he landed on one, and he goes, because he'd go like, hey, I think that's kind of almost an A. He never gave me an A, because this was pretty much early on in the class. And then I had one in there I was really proud of, and he goes, that one's a B. And I go, B? You know? And I was not arrogant at all, right? But I was like, I think that's an A. And he's like, no, it isn't. And, you know, now when I look back on it, I can go, oh, man, it's clearly not an A. You know what I mean? I think he was being kind with the B comment. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But, I mean, you know, he gave me just exactly what I'm trying to do with you guys. He gave me methodology, okay? He gave me an approach. And he, you know, when we were on location doing all those things, you know, I just watch him draw and stuff like that. And I did that a lot with Gary. But to me, it's like once you, like you're right now, your drawings are starting to level up, correct? Okay, that feels good, correct?
Very good.
Yeah, okay, there you go. And what does that do? It propels you forward, yeah?
Definitely.
And my philosophy about this whole thing is like you guys, you have to, if you're working hard, you'll have victories. And if you have victories, you'll move forward because you'll like the way that feels and you go, I want another one of those. You know what I mean?
That's so beautifully simple. And
it's
so
true
helpful.
though. Okay, so let's look at this. And you got to give yourself the victories. I can't. I mean, I can give you some methodology and all that kind of stuff, but it's the hard work that gives you that. If you don't do the work, it ain't going to happen. Where is, it's Micah, right? Where are you? You here? There he is. Where she is. Okay, we got a few minutes here. Has to come online.
They say their mic doesn't work.
Their mic doesn't work? Okay. Okay, well, I like a lot of these. It's kind of hard to have a dialogue if you don't cut off, but I like a lot of these. Are they in chat?
Yeah. You want me to channel? I'll channel Micah or relay.
It's Micah, though, right? That's how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Are these from life? I'm looking at the chat, by the way.
Oh, okay, cool.
Okay. So it's a combination. By the way, you guys, if there's nowhere to go, I probably said this, to draw safely, I don't care if you use photos, okay? I really prefer you working from life, but make sure that it's somewhere, obviously, you know, safe. I love this one here. See, this is a good example on the hair of just texture, right? And then it pulls out here, gives you a little bit of information, pulls out here, gives you a little information. And then in here, it's just mostly sort of a scribble language, like a controlled scribble language, okay?
I feel like I see action in that one, like they just turned.
Yeah, I agree with you. Guitars, the bane of our existence.
And baseball caps.
Yeah, baseball caps. Who is that, Brianna? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I always say that in classes. You're like one of the first people that's like, baseball caps are a pain. This is great. This has got a nice sense of weight to it. This is a tricky one. That's nice. Okay, there's a pretty, this is a nice one too. Look at that. Now see, this crowd thing's exactly what we talked about, right? Look at silhouettes. It's much reduced in value and line quality, right? And then that forward one pops right in front of it. Yeah? You guys see that?
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Yes.
This is great. This one right here. Might soften that little point a little bit, but it's also very stylized, so I don't know. And then I like this everyday object stuff. So I've gotten students before and they go, well, there's nothing to draw on. It's like, there's always something to draw. And what we're going to do is we'll take a break for lunch in a little bit. And then we'll go over some of this tone paper stuff and some other, there's a couple other things I want to go over just from a technique kind of thing. Does anybody have any been having any struggles with anything you want me to look at?
I was gonna ask if you wanted to take a pass at mine because there was, I think, a demo that would really benefit me and other people with feet.
Oh, okay. I should do maybe next week. I want to do maybe 3 things next week, and I hadn't thought about doing this. Maybe we'll focus a little bit on hands and feet, and also maybe a little bit on some animal things and get a little further into this fur thing and that kind of thing. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. And maybe I'll do a little tutorial, like a longer tutorial on all 3 of those things and throw them up on YouTube before we have a conversation so you can kind of see where I'm coming from. And then we can discuss it in class, yeah?
Sure, that sounds great.
Cool.
Where's this at? Oh, it says
That's
right there. Oh, Old Town. By the way, Old Town's a great spot, man, because you can stay away from people. They got all that socially distanced restaurants out there. It's a great spot. Plus, it's got great architecture and all that. Yeah, these are good. You're not too far off on the feed. I think you could reduce how much information is in there.
Sure.
I like your writing too.
Thanks.
Oh, that's great. That's from Life?
That's from a picture that a friend sent me.
That's pretty good. I like that.
Thanks.
Are you spray fixing these?
No, I should though.
Yeah, because look at, you're already starting to get some smudgy stuff going on here. You know, I keep a can of spray fix here, and I keep one in my car. And a lot of times before I throw things back into the car, I just spray fix them in the parking lot. Okay?
That sounds all right. Where would I get it? Would they sell it?
You can get that anywhere. You can get it at Michael's. You can get it anywhere. It's called Workable Fixative. And get the matte, you know, it's usually matte anyway. Just get Workable Fixative. Workable Fixative, I think by definition is matte anyway. But you can get it anywhere. I think it's 10, 12 bucks a can. It'll last you for a long time. And you don't want to hit it real hard. You can just kind of set it here and kind of mist over it, and it'll just, it'll lock it down. So when you put it in your, the other piece of paper rubbing on it, it's not getting all this smudgy nonsense going on.
That's good.
And then I use a very smooth paper. For all these techniques that we're kind of doing in here, smooth paper works best. That's a total personal preference, but some of the techniques we do in here work better on smooth paper, okay? Now this one, I would just say, I'm assuming you started drawing him. So did you start drawing him and then start putting the room around him?
It was a little bit of both. I jumped around like you tend to do. I kind of set the scene with the background, and then I included the guy, and I just ran out of time.
Yeah, because he's pushed over to the side, right?
Yeah, he was almost in like the offshoot of the room.
What might help here,
is on like a little patio area.
What might help here is if you had somebody sitting here.
Oh, sure.
Because then it would sort of balance off this guy pushed way over, almost out of frame. Maybe this guy's, got a coffee or something. And it would just sort of balance off the composition a little bit. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm always looking for that. If I put something down and I might go, crap, I got this guy pushed off to the side like that. Then I go, okay, well, how can I balance it? Instead of like erasing it out and starting all over again, because I don't want to do that. Like once you do that, if you're erasing all the time, you're going to start disconnecting all your lines and things, okay? Or disconnecting your forms.
Yeah.
Which is why, by the way, in life drawing, they're telling you to draw through the form all the time, because drawing through the form helps to connect everything. And we want to do that here, okay? What's this one? What medium is that? Is that watercolor? What is that?
Watercolor and
a little bit of gouache?
Yeah, white gouache for highlight.
Yeah, okay. Now normally, and I might do it in a different way in here. Normally I take one day in this class and I do a demo day where I just do a bunch of mixed media, or a bunch of like, real briefly go through acrylic, real briefly go through watercolor, real briefly go through gouache. And it's just sort of a buffet of just kind of looking at these different things. I'm probably going to do it a little bit differently this time because it's a little harder to do in here. So I'll talk about that later, but we'll kind of touch on that a little bit. But I think I'm going to have to handle it a little bit differently because I can't just do it in here the way I normally do it. So I've got other ways of doing it, okay? Like one of them, I might just go out on location and do a quick watercolor sketch and add a little gouache to it. And maybe it'll be a half an hour thing and I'll throw it up and then we can kind of talk about it, okay? And I also want to make clear, because I was talking about this in other classes, when I put a video up of something, and in here I don't have to do it as much, but well, a little bit, like we did the building video and all that, and March Field and all that. I'm not putting that up and saying, go watch the video. I'm putting that up to go, here's the big overview. This is a fairly long process. Watch it ahead of time. And then when we come into class, yeah, I'll sit here and do live demos and I'll sit here and speak to the things you're having problems with. But I got to put that big, long 2-hour thing on YouTube. Does that make sense? It just works out better, okay? But that doesn't mean we're not talking about it in class. That just means I'm giving you the big overview so we can have the discussion in class, okay? And there's going to be all kinds of parts in those things usually where you go, wait a minute, what'd you do? I didn't get what you were doing. Why did you use this? Why'd you do that? That's all the questions I want in class, okay? Ebony? That makes sense?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it does.
Where is Ebony? Okay, so let's look at these. Okay, these are getting better, correct?
Yes. I tried to do more stylization this week.
Now, what color was her hair?
It was dark, like black almost.
So I might come in here. And kind of whenever I'm doing this, I'm looking at the sort of the planes of the hair, the sections of the hair. And then I can kind of start to sort of define things a little bit, especially if they got, you know, a dark mass. That really makes it easier for me because I can go really graphic with it if I want. And then I go, okay, so what, you know, this is a big sort of bun type of thing. And I always want to get that mass in there first. And I might play around with it a little bit. And then I can come in here and go, I'm going to do a couple of little stray things. Maybe I'll indicate that there's something there. You know, maybe there's one hanging down. That ear would be a little bigger. And then things like eyelashes and things like that. Again, I can probably hit it a little harder. Make sure this one's lining up over here. A little more of a brow there, a little more of that. And then, okay, so then I'm going, okay, this is underneath and away from the form, right? Or away from the light. So, hang on. I don't like my line. Hang on. This is away from the light, so I can kind of hit that a little harder. And it's also going to separate the bottom of the neck from the shirt. And see how it gets a lot punchier?
Yeah.
And then again, I can do my little darker, like right here, I could probably do a darker value. Darker value. And then this cheek mask, you've got it there, but I'd probably hit it a little harder right there. Okay? And what's weird about that, I think we talked about this, that cheek mask, that little line of that cheek mask hitting the wing of the nose is huge, okay? If you don't put some indication of that, that section tends to go flat, and it's such a simple way to not have it go flat, okay? So, and you got to be tricky with it, because like if it's a very young person, they're not going to have a whole lot of that sort of thing, you know, as you get older or a little heavier or whatever. But, you know, you still want to, even if it's a little kid, you know, it's a real soft thing. You know, they have pretty substantial cheeks when they're younger usually. But you want to make sure that it doesn't start aging them. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like that laugh line, like we've talked about this, that laugh line, you know, it's barely there when you're younger, and then it starts to creep down to here, and then it creeps down here, and then it creeps in all the way, now you got a jowl, right? But it's always creeping down and starting to mass up that, you know, starting to age it a little bit. And then the neck will get a little, you know, and by the way, this is a rule of thumb. I mean, there's people who, you know, stay in amazing shape and, you know, but there's still, you're not going to escape it 100%. I don't care what a fitness fanatic you are, you're not going to escape it 100%. Okay. And then maybe here too, maybe right there against the ear. So what I'm trying to do is give it enough. Like I'm trying to find landmarks and ways that I can sort of start to show structure and maybe speak to anatomy a little bit. But I'm trying to simplify it because we're doing this mostly from life, and we don't have that much time. Okay, and you're going to find your own that you like. Okay, you're going to find little things that like I never mentioned, where you're going to go, man, it really helps it if you add this little mark in there, and you'll find out like, man, you can reduce these things down so far, but still have structure in that drawing. And I think that's one of the key things we got to learn how to do here. Okay. Which you guys are all doing. Do you feel like you're getting better?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, because it looks to me like you're getting much looser, and it feels more observational now. Okay. Now here again, there's the dreaded hat.
I know.
I might put the little flip on there. I always put that little thing on there. But this, so let's go. Okay, so this now starts to become, we got a big flat area in here, and we've talked about this. We want to get into those interiors, correct? What kind of hair did this person have?
He had like loose curls.
Okay. So let's get a little of that in there. Let's get a little harder under the nose. Why? Because it's away from the light, right? This person's a little older, correct?
Yes.
Oops, I don't like that. I'm gonna break up his beard. Where'd you get this one from? This person?
Old.
It was Earth's Roll?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm gonna push him a little bit because most of the people on Earth's World are a little pushed. So let's push him a little bit. So let's give him, he's probably gonna have, did he have like a scraggly mustache?
This is pretty full.
Oh, was it? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make it more scraggly. Then this is probably gonna come down here a little more. Underneath this chin's gonna get a little darker. And I know I'm hitting it hard because my pen's a little heavy. Hang on. Let's knock it down. And then I want to get a little more of this curl information in here. And, you know, I could do it as a graphic line and sort of just do a little bit of it. We could do it that way. That ear's gonna, his head's tilted up a little bit. That ear's still gonna more or less line up about there or about there. Then that line there. Oops. Dark hair? Ebony?
I can't remember. I think it was like a lighter brown.
Okay.
More on the
Well,
dark side, yeah.
Again, I can use that curl language, whatever that is, and I could have a couple of sticking out here. He'd probably get a couple sticking out from the baseball hat because there's a compression thing there and it's going to flare out a little bit. But like once I find this interior scribble language based on what the curls are, I can dense that up or down away from the light and just use the scribble language to show light and describe the curls. Does that make sense? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah? Okay. So that's enough of that. And then this probably is going to have a little more form to it. And then sometimes I just fake it and I put the little, whatever that thing's called, the little adjustment thing. I have it break the back of the hat a little bit. It's usually cheating it, but I just like to, I'm always trying to break those silhouettes. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And then here, remember that these eyes are sitting in a socket, right?
Yeah.
So that's, I can do very little in here. You know, you get a darker value usually in here, little bit of that. And then this top lip, I'd probably put it into shadow. And then maybe knock this down a little bit. You know, you're doing it here actually, where we're getting this upper lip. I'm going to exaggerate it. This upper lip into shadow. And then just sort of showing this part underneath it. Does that make sense? Now, there's a million ways to do that. You can stylize. There's a million ways to do it. But I'm always looking for those shadow values that I can take advantage of. And we've talked about this before, where if I can go in and start knocking in those eye socket shadow values, cast shadow off the nose, upper lip and shadow, all that stuff, and boom, the whole thing starts to lock together as a solid structured thing, right? And then I'll work into those shadow values, okay? And I know you don't always have those to play with, but you usually have the upper lip one for sure. Most of our light sources come from above, okay? We're not usually bottom lit, okay? Sometimes you might get a little bottom lit if you're sitting in a diner with a Formica white table and it's bouncing up into underneath and all that kind of thing, but usually it's from above, okay? What kind of hair?
It was an older picture, so it's kind of hard to see the texture. It goes straight.
Oh, straight, okay. And then we're back to that one. Another thing, I might take this. Who was this guy right here?
That was another Earthworld picture.
Oh, it was, okay. I think I've seen that one. Hang on. This feels, and I could be wrong. This feels like it should be like there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Now, they could have been wearing it silly and it was sitting up on top of their head a little bit and all that. But, and then the other thing we've talked about this. I like to take advantage of this, whatever you call it, this hat being there. And again, I just do that with the side of my pencil, okay? And by the way, you guys, whenever I say any of these things, if I go, oh, I would do it like this with a pencil, tell me. If you go, I don't get it, how would you do it? You know, tell me, and I'll just switch over to that, okay? And I would maybe get a shadow value in here just to lock that top part. It gives me a big mask to lock the top part of the head in, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then again, I want this leading edge of his hat to come forward, correct?
Yeah.
So it's going to do two things. It's going to show light and it's going to show separation. It's going to show leading edge coming over something. So three things actually. So we're going to go this way. Oops. My pencil, there it goes. And I don't want to, you know, overdo it. Let's see, that's overdone. Hang on. I'm going to put it up here. I don't want to overdo it. And I don't need to do it everywhere. Maybe even here a little bit. And see how it pulls that in front of the head? Right?
Yeah.
So I always, you know, and this back here is also going to get probably, all this is probably going to go more or less in shadow. You know, and then like here you could go, well, this is coming into the light and you're putting a line there. But if you notice, I'm trying to be fairly subtle about it because all I want to happen is that wing of the hat going up to sit in front of the main structure of the hat, right? So I'm going through with my line work and I'm separating constantly, okay? I'm thinking about where the light is and my shadow value side, but every now and then I pop in and knock a little line where it's in the light, but I got to separate. Does that make sense? Okay?
Yeah.
And that whole thing with the line stuff is like, it's huge, okay? Like you can do the simplest drawing in the world, but if that line quality is really beautiful and set up correctly, it'll just blow your mind how cool that drawing can be, and it can be totally simple. Okay, that's one of the main things when I went over to Art Center. I remember walking through the hallway when I first got there, and some person was sitting there sketching in their sketchbook, and I think they were a trans major or something, and they were drawing vehicles and stuff. And I remember those things were so punchy that it just pulled my eyes over to his sketchbook like a laser beam, okay, like a magnet. And I remember looking at it, and then I don't know, I probably said something to him, and I go, wow, those are cool or whatever, and he showed them to me, and I was like, when I really looked at them, I go, God, those are super simple, but they were so cool looking. You know what I mean? And it was just all that managing the line and knowing where to punch a dark and all that kind of stuff. But it really taught me a big lesson right in that moment. It was like, these things aren't all like these detailed out crazy things like your brain thinks they are at first. It's very knowledgeable drawing, you know, and design. It's really as much about design as it is drawing, okay? Those things, you know, when you're thinking like that, and you're thinking kind of like what we're talking about right now, yeah, that's draftsmanship or whatever, but a lot of it is just design, okay? And when you start doing, you know, when you're doing design work and things like that, that comes into play in that. Because now people are paying you to go, yeah, we're paying you to design something, whatever it is. It could be characters, it could be anything. Now they're paying you for the style, and they're paying, yeah, they expect you to be able to draw. That's a given. But now they're paying you for your style, or you can lock into their style or whatever it is. Okay, So then all this drawing stuff comes into play in a different way where it's less talked about. I mean, people are always going to say, wow, that's really cool or whatever. But they're really just expecting you to have that in your toolbox and go. You know what I mean? Here's what we're doing, go. Okay. And then this one, is this one from Earth's World?
Yeah.
So again, I might go get a little more information in here. And then here, I might start to roll this over. Here too. Then here, you're going to have, again, you're going to have a little bit of, I put a little value in that eye socket. See how that just structured it up, just putting that in the eye socket?
Yeah.
Right? Because you got a big dark shape in there that's describing something, okay? And I could even come down, and then I always, you guys know this, I always go, I put a little value on that nose. And I always do this with my pencil. Hang on. Just put a little value on that nose because the nose will get a little value. And then that way I can pull out a little highlight out of the value. See that?
Yeah.
Right? And I just put a little mark on it and I just smudge it with my finger a little bit and then just take a kneaded eraser and pull out a little highlight. Or the back of my eraser will pull out a little bit, or the back of my pencil eraser will pull it out really nice, okay? And then again, these are little things that we can do to structure this up. This might become a dark value. You know, I'd have to echo it over here a little bit. Why? Because it'll give me a dark against the light side of that face, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And I might even get the line out of it and just make it a nice graphic shape, or maybe I'll pull some highlights out of it. And then here, if I can get away with it. I like the way you did the mouth on this one.
Thank you.
You know, I might get a little bit of that cast shadow of the nose, which will help me show light direction. And, you know, just give it a little bit of form. And then here, again, I'm probably going to put a little bit of a separation line right there. It's a little strong. Maybe a little heavier on the eyelashes. We hardly did anything to that, and it structured it up, correct? And again, I say this to you guys all the time. If you notice, I don't do that much correction over your stuff because the basis so far has been there for the most part, okay? And I'm doing very few things. And again, what I want to emphasize with that, that's experience, okay? It's like knowledge or whatever, but a lot of it's experience, okay? It's knowing what to do where, okay? It's, you know, and I'm always trying to simplify this process. So hopefully that makes sense, okay? Okay, definitely getting better, Ebony.
Thank you.
Let's see, I can go through one more, I think. Okay, anybody else having any particular problems? Are we frozen? We're not frozen, right?
No, we're not.
Hey, Megan.
Yeah.
You always look so stoic sitting back there all the time.
I'm just chilling, I guess. I don't know.
So Mike,
right. Yeah.
I thought that this week we were doing the whole like make the, you know, drawing monsters or whatever. So like all of my stuff is like that. So that's why it's all weird.
Let me see, where are you?
Oh gosh.
Oh, you were talking about when I was talking about doing that in those meetings, right?
Yeah.
That's all right. I don't care if you do some of that. All I'm saying about that kind of thing is, okay, so this is why I have to manage this a little bit, is when I get to the point where I start going, hey, you can stylize, and then I show you guys some of those silly drawings and stuff from meetings or whatever. Yeah, do some of that. The only thing I don't want to have happen is everybody goes, okay, now we can just draw nothing but monsters on our skin. That's, you know what I mean?
Right. And I thought it was, off of people that we.
Yeah, you could totally do that.
Yeah, so.
Totally do that.
Okay.
I mean, I want you doing that. I just want to make sure there's a balance of good observational and silliness, right?
Right.
Because ideally, what we want to be able to, again, what I just said, we're going to want to be able to take all this stuff we're doing and not just draw observationally with it, but be able to take that now and go and design with it and do all these cool things with it, correct?
Right. It's all training wheels. I get it.
Yeah, exactly. And it's I think I've said this, I think I've said this in all my classes now. I read some quote, and I know I'm butchering it, but it was something to the effect of, they go, the fundamentals is what you build your dream on. Okay. And I think that's a perfect way of saying it. It's like, you want to go out and have some sort of career and all this stuff. Well, go out well trained, go out and really know what you're doing. And that's not only going to help you get a job, it's going to help you with your confidence when you go in and show your work. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because that to me is like, I've had a lot of students, and they, I mean, everybody's scared to go out there and show their work at people and all that. But if you got a good, strong skill set and you really are proud of your portfolio, you're gonna be chomping at the bit to go into that interview. Okay. And I think that's important. I think that the skill set builds the confidence. Okay. And by the way, everybody, when they go out, I would assume, when they go out and they're showing their portfolio early on, I mean, you think that people are going to be brutally mean about it, and they're really not. Okay. They're usually, and by the way, they're not going to even talk to you if they don't like what they see anyway. So if you submitted a portfolio and then they call you for a job, well, they've already decided that they like your work. That's why they're bringing you in. Yeah. So that's what we're really building the skill set towards, is being able to use this. And I don't care what it is. I don't care if it's fine art. If you're a fine artist, you might like doing it, like genre kind of stuff and going out and just getting ideas. Jennifer McChristian, who's a really monster painter, she has this really great painting. It's just some guy sitting in a chair, like looking at his phone. He's wearing like a scarf or whatever, but it's just a moment in life. And she's probably going out and sketching from life and getting a bunch of ideas. Or if you had an idea, you go out and you sort of reinforce it with some on-location research and things. So it's not just commercial, like films or video games and all that kind of stuff. It's also, I don't care what kind of work you're doing. Okay. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And even if the sketchbook is just an idea generator for paintings or something, I mean, it's a great idea generator for anything you're doing. Okay. I think it's one of the most valuable skills you can have. It's just really good sketching skills. Okay. And I'd argue that like 20 years or whatever I was doing all this stuff, that was probably my number one skill set that I relied on, because before you get to that big fancy rendering and all that stuff, you've done 400 drawings and ideas and discussions and thumbnails and changes, and then working with production and going, that's not going to work because we can't mold that, and more sketches. And that's your language. I mean, that's your basic language. I don't care what you're going to do. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Megan?
Yes.
It's supposed to be 2 thumbs up. Okay.
I'm holding down the space bar so I can unmute myself.
All right, you guys want to take lunch, do a half hour? So we'll be back here at 12:30. Is that good? And I'm going to start going over some paper stuff. So I got to get set up here and all that kind of thing. Okay? 12:30. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, you guys. I'm just going to leave my thing on because I always leave it on, and turn my camera off. Because I don't want to screw it up right now. It's like flowing pretty good, and I don't want to mess it up. Yeah? Okay. Half an hour, you guys. 12:30. Okay, so what we've been talking about here is, we're using a pencil tonally and that kind of thing, okay? That's a totally different thing than if I'm using a pen, correct?
Yeah.
Right.
So if you look at all these, there is no marker. I'm not using anything in these except for line, okay? So let's look at this real quick. And I want to start talking, we're going to talk a little bit, I mean, this kind of thing to me, I'm switching my thinking, okay? It's a little, obviously it's not organic, and we'll talk about organic with this later, but I want to talk a little bit about this. And if I'm drawing this kind of thing, I think we've done a little of this. I am going to, same thing as we just talked about with people, I'm going to go, where does the leading edge of this wing land in relation to this canopy? I'm just going to keep it simple here. And you guys see that I'm basically, how I'm doing these kind of swept lines like that. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
How do you get it so light? My
Light?
pens, yeah, the pen marks. Because mine always bleed and
Well, for one thing, when I'm skittering, and by the way, you guys, give me questions all through this, okay? Yeah?
You got it.
I mean, if you have one, I'm not saying you have to think of one, but if you have one, I don't mind talking during the demo, it's fine. Okay, so one thing that's going to keep this line from getting totally inky or too inky, obviously, is that when I'm doing this kind of mechanical thing, I'm sweeping and then I'm dropping, okay? So I'm not really on the page long enough. I'm kind of just skittering across that page. Does that make sense?
yeah.
Yes.
And the other thing is, this all becomes relative. So if you notice, I'm still, because people will get really freaked out about drawing with pen. And if you notice, I'm still using the same approach where I'm constantly correcting, correct? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what am I doing? I'm just dropping in these big shapes. This back is going to lift up a little bit, you know, and then I got my canopy. Now, okay, so I'm going to approach this from two different points of view. So I can have this pen, this one. And I have a Sharpie in here. Hang on. That's weird. I brought a Sharpie in here. Oh, here it is. This one. We're going to use that. We're going to use that. And these Sharpies, by the way, the thinner ones and these are great, okay? But I can sketch all day long just with these two, whether it's on tone paper or white paper, and pretty much get everything I need. I can get everything I need from this, but like a brush pen will really solve a lot of problems. But let's go, so let's just block this in real quick. So there's a wing right here. There's something here. And then this one has a real low profile. And again, I'm looking at this canopy and going, where does this wheel land in relation to the canopy? It's about there. And I won't finish the whole thing out, but I'm just going to put, and then it's got these two flaps that land right about there in relation to the canopy. And then a wheel under here, okay? And then it's going to slowly drift up this way. Okay, and also when you were asking about how I get a light line on here, it's all relative because this is, you know, it's a fairly inky line, but it's going to be relative to how much ink the lines I build up. Those lines are going to get relative to that and feel like they're a lot less heavy. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if I don't have another pen and I want to start darkening these things up, I might turn this and start just really hitting this. See, I'm hitting it over and over again, really pretty accurately. You guys see that?
Mm-hmm.
Now I can fulcrum off I can do that. I can fulcrum off of here. I'm just kind of sweeping it because I don't have an edge on the table over here. So I'm just sort of sweeping it, okay? but I'm always sweeping these things a lot with this kind of line or with this kind of drawing. And I'm going to change this a little bit. So I'm just going to sort of block in where the shadow would be, okay? And if you look on here, we talked about this before. This is why I'm going to change it. If you look at the shadow on here, it's following the ground plane. Do you guys see that? It's a hatched ground plane line. Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to change that for this one. Okay. And then I'm going to go, okay, I've got this. Okay. So then I've got, let's say, I've got a shadow value coming off of this. Okay. So now we don't have this side of the pencil to just go in and do our big value idea here. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to kind of think about a little bit about the form here, but I'm just here, it's fine. I'm just going to come in here and do a nice clean hatched line, nice evenly spaced. Now I'm going to let it kind of flare off this way just because I like the way it looks. And then I'm going to have to reinforce this line. So another thing I can do now, if I want to pop that line, is I can pull out my brush pen.
What kind of brush pen is that again?
This one's a Prisma.
Okay.
It doesn't really matter to me. I like the Pitt ones a lot, but I also like the Prismas.
Okay. Cool.
So I'm going to hit that a little bit, and I hit it hard. And you can see how it starts to really pop forward, yeah? You guys see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, the other thing I can do, so like on this canopy, there's a lot of dark areas. I could come in here and do the same thing here and block this all in, or I can come in with this now and just block out all my darks in here. Because one thing I really love about a brush pen is I can go from a pretty thin line to a pretty fat line. So it's going to give me really good coverage and also line quality. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So and now let's see. Let's go. I'm going to take my Sharpie and I'm just going to start blocking this in, this shadow. And I'm using my Sharpie. A lot of times I'll use a Sharpie for a lot of this stuff, but I don't want to use up all, I don't want to fray out and wear out my brush pen real fast. So this can become just a workhorse for putting down a lot of ink. And I know a guy, I used to work with this guy at Disney, and he would do all his inking with a with one of these fat Sharpies, man, and it was really cool looking. Okay, so that's enough. Just to ground. Okay, so you see how when you put a big dark mark right there, how it really grounds this idea. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So then, okay, now I got this knocked in. I'm going to put this in there. Now, another thing I could do, I could take this Sharpie and knock in that bottom thing with the Sharpie. See how fat that got? Yes?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
That looks cool.
I'm going to put a flap right here. Or whatever that is. Okay. Now, okay, so here's what I want to start talking about. Like if I have this core shadow here and I start to hatch this, notice how I'm following the form there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there's going to be a combination of things here. I'm going to follow the form, you know, and I could even put another mark opposing that mark or going the other way, and it'll start to create a core shadow. Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so all I'm doing is I'm just putting a little tick mark, and what it does is that turns the form, it goes dark right there, and then I can go into the light again. So it's going to be a combination. Go ahead.
Oh, can you move that closer to the camera so we can see it a little in more detail? Okay, cool.
And you know what else I'll do? Anything on here you're questioning, and maybe I'll start doing this all the time. I'll scan this at 300 and I'll put it on the Google Drive, and you can download it if you want.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, because then you can just blow it up as big as you want. And then you're going to look at it and blow it up as big as you want, and you go, he's not that good. Once it's off camera, he's not nearly as good as I thought. Okay, so I'm going to do that.
I was more excited about the idea of blowing up your plane, but I figured you meant something different.
Okay, and then I'm going to put some stuff in here, some random marks inside the cockpit. Like under here, right here where I'm putting another hatched line, I'm not really so worried about wrapping around the form here. I just want to get that value in there, okay? So I'm just trying to get a nice value in there. Does that make sense? Okay, you guys? Now, another thing I do, and this is just to push things, like around this shadow, sometimes I'll just give that a little pop of a white pencil, and it'll just kind of pop it nice. So let's build up a little bit of value here. Where can we, here? There was some value on this one here. And by the way, I'm doing a lot of, I love to hatch, do hatching and stuff. So when I go on when we usually go on location to March Field, I love just working with a pin for some reason there. I don't know why. Like when I do mechanical stuff, a lot of times I love to use pin. And I'll make a decision like this has some value on it. It's not necessarily a shadow value, but I might just come in here and go, I just want to hatch that just because I like doing that. And I'm just building my value with nice, clean. It's nice and clean, right?
Yeah, that's good.
Now, let's put this here. So there was some kind of, this all ties together as a unit. And I'm going to put a sort of a nose cone on it. And you can see how versatile this brush pin is, right? It does the work of like 3 or 4 pins. So I can really get in there and get some nice, this also has something that breaks the form. Now, why am I concerned with these things that are sticking out of the top?
You want to break the silhouette of it?
Exactly. It gives it more interest, right? Yeah?
Definitely.
Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
It's the same thing we've been saying with people, with everything, okay? Okay, and then another thing here is, here's your freebie here. Let's say, I'm gonna kind of cheat this a little bit, but there's lines going around things like mechanical objects that are fabrication lines. It's where, you know, 2 plates are meeting and that kind of thing, okay? So I'm kind of cheating this a little bit, but I'm gonna put it like that word. And then, so what's that doing? That line right there is telling the viewer that that's a round cylindrical form. It's another thing that I can use to push the idea of this turning. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir. Yep.
And then I'm going to put a couple little indications of rivets. What else? Oh, this is going to have like a cut thing in it. I'm going to put a little more information up here. There's like some kind of intake thing here. So what I'm trying to do is just structure this up enough where it looks interesting, okay? And by the way, whenever I'm doing this kind of swept line thing, I put it some direction that is easy for my hand, okay? And then we're just gonna go, I'm gonna show you a couple things here. So here we're just gonna go, now we're just gonna go, okay, there's a shine on it there. There's a shine on it here, here, here. And then maybe I don't know, maybe I'll go and back here.
Is that one of the reasons why you use toned paper so that the white shine will stand out?
Yes. It won't work. I mean, that doesn't work on white paper at all.
Right.
Yeah, it's that. Okay, so there's this thing when I want to talk. We talked a little bit about it before. So you can see now it's starting to pop that out a little bit with that white form on it. You see that? Yes?
Yeah.
Yep.
And I don't want to overdo that. So I'm going to go maybe a little here. Okay, so the only thing you're doing, you guys, when you're on tone paper, basically, is you're going darker or lighter. Yes? Because the tone paper is a mid-tone paper. It's handling all your midtones. Yes?
Right. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I know it's a simple concept, but it works. And then I'm going to get a little bit of, I'm just going to go with the side of my pencil and get a little bit of, in this environment, like when you go out to March Field, it's a very lit environment and these are very reflective objects. So you're going to get a lot of light going down here and then bouncing back up into it. But I don't want to lose all my dark line, so I'm going to reinforce that a little bit because you can see it kind of clouded it up a little bit, the underline. Okay. Okay, that's better. And again, I want to reinforce this. So now we have this. Let's make sure this is working.
Which one is that you have right now?
This is a Molotov. It's one I like a lot. Okay. By the way, I have a picture and I'll put it up under Canvas of all these tools. Okay, and it has a call out for each one of them.
Thank you.
Okay, so I've got a little bit of this lit plane, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
But okay, so now there's the reason we're using these two is because this is going to give me my highlight, and this is going to give me my specularity. Okay, so where am I going to get specularity? On the canopy. Maybe here.
What is
Go
that?
ahead. What's
Is
that?
What is that in your hand? What is that?
This?
Yeah.
It's a paint marker.
A paint marker.
So, you know, like they're for graffiti artists or whatever. These are really cool. So they're super opaque and, you know, white opaque markers. So what it does is, can you guys see that? So on my window now, I've got a highlight with a glare on it. Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just going to go around here and go, where can I get specularity? I don't want to overdo it because everybody, you know, tends to overdo this. And then I might even take it. I always have another piece of paper that I just blob this on so I can make sure that it's working. Oops. Hang on. That's what you got to be careful of with it. But since it's a demo, it won't hurt it.
You can get those at Blix?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be this brand. I'm sure they're all pretty good. I just tend to like this one because I've been getting it for a long time.
Oscar.
The other thing I keep in my bag is a tube of white gouache, and I could do the same thing. I'll show you a little bit of that idea in a second here. But so I might come in here, just trying to get this to flow right. This is an old one, so it might be dying. And I might come in here. Oops. Yeah, this one's dying.
You ever use the Uniball Signos?
Yeah, I have one in here actually. I use that. It's right here. I don't know if this is still good. It's drying up. Let me see if this Molotov works better, or Molotov. I bought a new one, so this one should work. You got to pump the top of them to get them to work. Stubborn, there it goes. You guys can see what I'm doing, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So a lot of times I might come in here. Now it's working better. And just give this a little bit of a containment line. Now that really doesn't have anything to do with what's really going on with what I'm looking at or whatever. But if I was doing this for like presentation, the reason I like that, get this one out of here, I'm gonna get them confused. The reason I like that is it really pops it off the page. Do you guys see that? So what I'm trying to do, and we probably talked about this a little bit, when I'm putting something up in a presentation or something like that, I want my stuff to pop off the wall. So I'm doing everything I can to make sure it's super clear, super readable, and it pops. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's a simple idea, right? So now let's take this. Might even be able to do it with this one. I know I have another one here. Hang on. Yeah, we did this one. So this is that one we did a while back. And now I'm going to show you. This is a kind of a cool technique. So let's get a piece of white paper, which I thought I had already. Now I'm going to get a piece of toilet paper. Okay, now I'm going to use this. Does everybody know what that is? So this is New Pastel. They're just chalk. Yeah?
Gotcha.
Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to take, I got an X-Acto knife. And I'm going to take this, let's try this blue. And let's try this warm. Or let's try this warm and this warm. Who's got their mic on and they're scraping something? Okay, here's my chalk. Here's my X-Acto blade, right? And I keep a, on my sketch bag, I have a, what do you call that? Swiss Army knife, okay? So I can use it for this. And I'm shaving this. Okay? Then I'm gonna shave a little of this because I don't know which one's gonna work. I'm gonna shave a little of this. You can guys see that now? I've got a little pile of dust, right?
Yeah.
So I'm going to
This is
take
like-
a little. Go ahead.
Oh, this is not what I expected to happen. I'm like, oh, he's going to pull out another tool, and now you got chalk dust. So I'm excited to see what happens next.
Well, okay, so in this environment, a lot of these vehicles are metal. I mean, they're all metal. Some of them aren't painted, and even if they are, I can still get away with some of this, but especially on the silver ones. Because this up here is going to have sky, okay? So I can rub right across that and instantly start getting sort of that blue sky reflective thing going on in the canopy and all that. You guys see that?
Yeah.
And I'll scan this one too and I'll put it up, okay? Because I know like the camera's limited how much you can see. But that's going to give me that. And this is what basically happens. And then I'm going to go in with my kneaded eraser. I'm just going to get rid of the stuff I don't want because it'll lift right out. Maybe here, I might get rid of it. And then, so what happens in this lit environment when we go to like March Field is there's a lot of hot light coming from up here bouncing in the ground. This will pick up a ton of blue and then the ground plane will get a ton of warmth. and bounced up into the plane will get a ton of warmth. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which is, let me see what this looks like. That's probably too much. Let's see. Now, back to my eraser. I'm going to take it out here, take a little out there.
Will you also spray this with the fixative?
Yeah, absolutely. In the parking lot, be careful when you're doing that in the parking lot, because as soon as they see you pull out an aerosol can and start shaking it, they think you're going to graffiti all over everything, right? Even these markers, when I take these, because you have to shake them, like in a restaurant or something, they'll think you're going to start writing on the table or something. So see how we're starting to now get a warm, cool, kind of lit thing? Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I can reinforce that even more. Let's see. You know, I probably could come in here with the edge of my chalk and kind of hit it here and there a little harder. I could come in here with a little bit of white gouache and a little bit of yellow ochre mixed into it and hit it and get it kind of hot, depending on how reflect. See how I added that in there, that little pop down at the bottom? You guys see that?
Yeah.
Now, another thing I'm probably going to have to do to reinforce this for the viewers, I'm probably going to have to take some of this warmth and maybe knock a little bit of it on the ground so the viewer knows, oh, it's hitting the ground and bouncing up into the plane. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, now, and then I'm going to have to go back in here and go, okay, I ghosted up my line a little bit, so I'm going to pop that. I'm going to pop it here and here. And just reinforce my line again, and now it's starting to work a little better again, okay? And then I'm going to come up here, and I might go a little harder now on the, I might even take, let's try this. I've got a lighter value in here. And I think it's going to be too greeny. I'm not going to use that. I'm going to hit this a little harder on that top. And then I'm going to go in here, a little of that out. And then what I want to do now is I want to come in here, and maybe I can do it. Let's try it this way. Maybe I can do it. See, my pencil's competing with it a little bit, so I'm going to do a couple things. I don't know if you guys remember this, how we did this canopy, but we did this canopy where we put some shapes, vague shapes inside of the canopy, and then we continued the struts over on the other side just with our marker. Do you guys remember that?
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just reinforcing those shapes because they get ghosted out a little bit. And then I'm going to take a piece of white chalk and see how that works. Just get that shine back a little bit on the canopy. And then again, I can come back to my specular idea and just get a little specularity on it. Even down here, I could probably get a little. Here, you know, and then maybe a little here. And then I'm going to reinforce this front part of the strut or the framework on this thing. So it'll come forward. I want that to come forward. And we're just getting a little bit of that idea of it on it. Does that make sense, you guys?
Yeah.
Okay, so you can use this. So let's look at this. Hang on. I have another drawing here that I got to find. Oh, here it is. if I do this with something like this, so this is one that was on tone paper. I just put it in a Photoshop, took out the tone, and now I just have this line drawing. But on white paper, let's try this one. I need more, hang on. And I'm going to do something else here, hang on. I'm going to take my the lightest gray value I have, and I'm going to reinforce this core a little bit. And I'm sort of cheating it, but that's okay. Okay, see how adding that core in, just that, by the way, helped that plane a lot right here?
Mm-hmm.
See that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because I want to turn it. And what happened was when I blew out the tone, it blew out some of my marker values. So I'm going to do the same thing here. And now you can see I can pick it up a lot more on, obviously, on a white value paper, correct?
Yes.
The point is with this that I think is fun is that I can take this and I can do basically airbrush stuff, and I don't ever have to take out an airbrush, which I don't want to do. And then it's going to be the same drill. I'm going to go in here and reinforce my line work. This one's real subtle. It's kind of nice. Can you guys see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So if it was in a hanger,
Yeah.
it would be just darker underneath and it wouldn't be reflecting the sky. So
What it would be doing, look how that popped, you guys. Hang on. Look how just adding that line on there with that color, how it pops. You see it?
yeah.
It's really cool.
Huh?
It's cool.
Yeah, it is cool. And then this, I would reinforce this. This got blown out when I did that. And if you notice, you know, I can be pretty loose with this stuff. I actually want to be loose with it. I like this line in here as opposed to just a big shape maybe. And then I'm going to reinforce this a little bit. That. This. And now I'm just jumping around and punching things. Okay, so in the question about lighting, and then again, I'm going to come in here wherever I can. If this is in a hanger, and let's say it has whatever, okay, so what you have to do then is you have to look at it in relation to what the lighting is in the hanger, okay? So if that overhead lighting is, you know, I'm probably not going to lean on as much bouncing it into the bottom, but I can. And another thing I might do if it's sitting in a hanger, I might go, let's say there's a red object, like or a brightly colored object. Let's say right here, there's something orangey or something blue, and this is a fairly reflective surface. I might, you know, cheat that and bounce some of that color into the bottom just real subtly. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So, and what I'm always saying about this is I'm always looking for, and that's a great question, by the way. I'm looking for, you know, how do I put this thing into a very coherent lighting situation? So if the lighting up here is a real warm light and it's bouncing down on the concrete and up, I'm still going to do the same thing. I'm probably not going to get all this blue light up here because that's more of an outside thing, but I'm going to get something up here temperature wise. It might just be more of this warmth. It probably will be because that's the light source that's above it. But and it's contained. It doesn't have this big giant ocean of sky above it that's blue, which is what's going to affect this. Okay. Does that answer that?
Yeah, I think so.
And then I'm going to go back in here because I ghosted over it and I'm going to push in my shadow value again. Okay. And I'm just going to keep, you know, building it. And I might go back in here. in here. And so on and so forth. And I just keep building it. And then we just get this nice, it's got a kind of a subtle little kiss of color on it. Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now another thing with these, by the way, you can do this. Like this is just a ghosted sketch out of my sketchbook. We used to do this all the time on location where we do the same thing, but you know, we're not carrying chalk around with us everywhere. So we might just come on here with our pencil. Where is that? Right there. And do the same thing. With a little bit of graphite, okay? And on something like this, let me put these away so I don't get them all over everything. And by the way, they have small sets of these new pastels that are pretty cheap. You don't need this big set. I actually have a smaller one. I just don't know where it is. So I got a little bit of graphite here. And I can kind of start smudging that into him and start building some form in here. But what I'm really going to do here, a lot of times I'll do it like this. I might just kind of cover him a little bit. Then I'll just come in and start pulling out lights. And one thing I like about the way this copied, which was not intentional, is it kind of knocked the value or knocked the whole line down, which is kind of good for what we're doing right now. So let's go. And then I'm going to use this just to sort of pull some of it out, lift it out. And this paper's sort of eating it up a little bit, but that's okay. And then I can come back in here and go and start to reinforce all my line, because the way this copied, it's sort of like doing what I would do normally, which is just ghosting this in and having it real light and loose. And I can start to dance some of this over it and start to reinforce my line on top of that tone. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My verbiage?
It does make sense.
Am I interrupting your note taking?
No, I just have to click the mute button to have some background noise. So yeah, just a little delay. We're good.
Okay, and I'll show you some examples of this in a minute. Don't let me forget that Norm did. And you see how I can build that up very quickly. Does that make sense? Okay, whatever. I just keep going with him. Another thing you can do with this pencil or these kind of markers. So let me find my, there's different ways of doing this. Now, some people, by the way, when they're doing this kind of drawing, they like to go in and find all this form with a ballpoint, okay? And the reason they like doing that is because a ballpoint, I mean, you guys can barely see that line, correct?
Mm-hmm.
That's why they like a ballpoint, okay? So I could come in here and start ghosting my plane in super light. Okay, barely see it probably. And then I'll go back in and start reinforcing those lines that I found, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, now another thing that's sort of okay, so that means that I can come in here and I can really get loose in here, because all this line work's going to disappear because it's a light value ballpoint, okay? I only do that once in a while if it has to be super clean or something. For the most part, I don't. Another thing you can do, and a lot of people like to do it for organic stuff, and you can get a, this is a 3. You might even want to get a 1, you know, just something that barely puts anything down. And you can, and it works really nice. I mean, it works all nice for all sorts of things, but it works really nice for organic things where I'm just coming in here and I'm starting to go on, what do I want to draw here? I'm trying to draw some sort of, I don't know, what do you call it? Character design or something. You guys can see that enough, right? What happened?
Except for the fact that your hand is frozen.
How about now?
There,
Oh, it's
not
fine.
better.
Okay, but you can see that a little bit, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
Yes.
so what I would do in here is I'd come in here super loose. And I just start finding stuff in here, forms, okay? And then I can come in here with, I mean, it could be a Prisma. Let's try a Prisma. And I start going in here and just picking out the forms that I like. Out of all those lines in there. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I do this a lot just this way because we've talked about this. When I'm drawing something, I tend to be way back here, which kind of achieves the same goal, right? Am I frozen?
No.
Okay.
No, you're good.
It sort of achieves the same goal because I'm coming in here and I'm going, what's the matter? Are we good?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, so a lot of that stuff we were looking at earlier with that David Coleman stuff, those animals, you know, you're coming in here super loose and finding all these forms and not trying to sort of over define it yet. And you're just going in and looking for that form. This does the same thing. Drawing way back here does the same thing. And then I'm going to do the same thing in this weird scribble language is I'm going to come in here and go, oh yeah, that's the eye right there. You know, this is the nose. I'm going to clean it up a little bit. And really, I'm just picking lines out of here that work. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I'm sort of in a weird way, you're sort of collaborating with yourself because you're throwing down this misty thing. And then out of that mist, you're pulling something solid out of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I have a list here that I got to get through. Hang on. Oh, okay. So sometimes if I want to do a big area of this sort of white, okay, I'm not going to do that with this. And I could do some of it with this, but if I want something a little more organic, then I'm probably, let me find this going. I'm going to do something like that. Okay. And what this is, this up here, because I want to cover this big area and I want it to feel a little more organic. If I go in with a marker or something, a pencil will work, but it's not going to have as much coverage as this is. So what I did here is, I think I just used a gray marker and I just ghosted in these trees back here. And then I just took white gouache, watered it down a little bit, and went over it and just carved shapes out of these trees and everything back here. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
And then down towards the horizon, I hit it a little more opaquely because down towards the horizon, it's going to get lighter. And if there was color, it usually gets dirtier. Okay, gets a little warmer, dirtier, and lighter towards the horizon. But you can see it's a little more heavy down towards the horizon. Can you guys see that? Yeah? Or is everybody frozen?
Yeah.
Could you see that, Mike?
This is the Desert Storm oatmeal paper stuff,
Yes.
and it holds up to all that stuff really nice.
Oh yeah, look
That's
at
awesome.
it. Look
That's
at
great.
there's no warpage on it.
That's awesome, man.
And I can paint on this with acrylic. I do all the time, right?
It's fantastic. You gotta get me some of that.
And it's smooth. That's the thing I like about this paper is it's smooth. Okay. Like a lot of the oatmeal paper you get like in a Strathmore. And I think I told you guys, I consulted on that Strathmore tone paper. And one of the things I told them, I go, you need to make it smoother, which they didn't do. So why they wanted my opinion, who knows? Okay, does that make sense? How when I do a larger area, I might water down a little gouache. Also, if you're doing this, if I have anything, I don't have it here. I might go over one more thing with you on this in a minute. Hang on. Okay, let me see my list because I got all these things I want to go through with you guys. Oh, here's a good one. Okay. So I just want to go through some different tools with you guys. Let's see if this works on here. I don't know if it will. So let's go. I'm going to draw something silly here. I'm just going to draw this face. Well, that's annoying. Can you guys hear that?
Yeah.
Ugh, that's so...
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to put a little hair on this guy. I don't know how it'll take on this kind of paper. I'm sure I've used it on this before. I'm just going to put in some eye sockets. And it's a water brush. Handles full of water. Let's see how this is working. Okay, so what this is, you see how it's now I'm creating tone with it? Can you guys see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm going to just put in his eye sockets. Maybe a little bit of 3-day beard on him.
Is that regular graphite you're drawing with?
No, so what this is, and these are really fun. This is a Derwent watercolor pencil. Okay, this is another thing. I used to take these all the time. I had like 4. I still have them. I have them in this. I've got, I don't know. I think I had 4. And on regular colored paper, you know, white paper. Hang on a sec. So what I'm setting up here is just what I can draw into. Sometimes I can lift it out of one area when I don't want it too dark in another area and just add it in like that. I'm going to give him a mustache now. There. That's what I put. Can you guys see that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks great.
Okay. I used to have like 3 or 4 of these. I think I had like an ochre. I think I had this one, which is a Van Dyke brown. And I can't remember the ones. Anyway, I'd take them on planes. I had these 4. I'd take 4 pencils on a plane and a water brush, and I could sit there and just get flesh tones and do portraits of people on the plane. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's really fun actually. And that's still a little bit wet. So let's let it dry out. Now, if I draw back into this when it's wet, it'll start to spread. And sometimes I like that. So what have I done now? I've set up basically an under painting more or less, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now I got this eye sockets. I'm going to put glasses on them. I'm going to reinforce under his nose again. And it's a little bit wet, so it's giving me a little bit of trouble, but once it's dry, it won't. Now I want to kind of give him a little darker mustache, a little darker beard. And then I'm going to give him some eyebrows. Some of that. And I'm just going to put a tone in here. Now back to this again. And you guys, I'm always saying like we kind of start out with a silhouette and all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You can see how this is, I'm building all this out of silhouettes. You guys can see that, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's get a little more. So it's this back and forth process where I'm going, okay, how much tone versus line do I want? You know, and then I can come in here with a little bit of light. And it's hard when it's the areas that are wet, it's a little hard for me to work over. But as soon as it dries, it'll work fine. I'm going to put a little bit of shine in those glasses a little bit. Then, now normally I think I might come in with my Signa here, or Signo, because it's a thinner, this is a thinner white marker than this, okay? So that's what I keep that for. But let's see if we can just do this. Get a little bit of specularity on his nose, on his glasses, maybe here, maybe a little on his lip, a little shine on his head, maybe on the ear a little bit. And then maybe I'll even come in with, let's see. Yeah, this will probably work. So Prisma, the Prisma will probably give me a little bit of a darker take on it, which is good. Blah, 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 right? I could even come in here with this. This is a, I put sepia ink in my fountain pen. And I could go another level on the line work because this is really going to pop a lot of the line work out. Really, I'm going to pop some of his hair out back here. Oops. Now look what you did, Mike Burbage.
It's working.
So ignore that mark. My pin's,
Maybe it's a birthmark.
yeah, maybe it's a birthmark. But anyway, can you guys see in there how I reinforced the line with the fountain pen?
Yeah.
Okay. So what are we doing there? We're building the drawing, okay? I always talk about this. Like you're starting off with those nice light lines, tones, and then you're building it up, building it up, building it up. And what I'm trying to get through to you here on this is, you know, mixing your tools. You know, I've got all these tools in my bag, okay? And it's fun to play with them. And I think it's also good to like switch up your drawing tools quite a bit, or painting tools or whatever. So if I draw this way, I'm going to draw different. Does that make sense? If I draw with a pen, I draw different than I do with a pencil. If I draw, it's constantly keeping my versatility moving around, and I'm playing all the time. And I think playing doing this kind of stuff and having a sense of play in your sketchbook is actually important, okay? Because then you're exploring all the time and you're trying different things, and then you're landing on the things that really work for you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see what else I have here. Okay, let's see. Okay, and is everybody, another thing, I think I just said this. If I need to get a little color in these things, like on those planes where I want to bounce a little hotter light in it, or I want to put a blue reflection on there, I might take a little bit of watercolor in my white gouache and just mix a little bit of white gouache into my blue, and I'll get a nice specular, like sky blue hit on it. Does that make sense? You guys hear me?
Yes.
But that makes sense, correct?
Yeah, we can hear you.
And by the way, why am I working on this blue, on this brown all the time, and on this paper?
Because it's a medium color, your midtones.
Warm and warm, okay? Now I can push that and I can go, you know, I had an experience one time at Art Center, and I was doing some marker thing, and I did it on, I think I might have told you guys this. I did it on warm gray paper, and I used a cool gray marker, and my teacher completely laughed at me for it. So I'm traumatized by that. Yeah?
That's mean.
Huh?
That's mean.
No, he was right. He didn't do it like in a snotty way. He was just snickering at it. And I'm like, what's so funny? He's like, oh, I used a cool gray marker on warm gray paper. And my heart sank. Okay. Okay. And another thing, here's another thing. When you're going, like if we go on here with everybody can hear me, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is something I just really love, is if I take a, this is a terracotta. And you should experiment. I love doing this, okay? But if I take a terracotta on this nice warm paper, you see how nice that is? You guys know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
We're all sitting back here with paper and tool envy, I think. We're just like, man, that's cool.
Like, look at all the art supplies.
I wish I had that cool paper in front of me. I wish I had that pencil right now.
This one's just a Prisma.
And
It's
it'll
like-
Where do you get your Prismas, Mike?
Do what?
Where do you get your Prismas? Because, like, everywhere sells, like, for $2 a pop. And I'm like,
Go to Blick or Art Supply Warehouse. Go to an actual real art supply store.
okay.
Okay, so I'm drawing.
I just want the watercolor pencils.
You can get those anywhere. You can even get those at Michael's, I think. Okay, so look,
Yeah,
let's put a little.
have
Say that again.
I just have really cruddy watercolor pencils.
You don't really need good ones. Okay, so look, and another
Angry.
thing, I'm drawing this face, okay? If you can see it. Hey, this old guy, whatever it is. Now I'm gonna put this hair. Okay, so again, I know I'm saying this all the time. Make sure that you're, using your pencil in different ways to create different marks. It could be fur, it could be this guy's hair. Then I'm going to come down here and give him a little brow line. Sink in this eye a little bit with that. Okay, and then again, I'm going to come back in here and start hitting him in a couple of places with some light, and and then again, come back in and hit him with a little bit of I don't know where it went. Here it went. A little bit of specularity. a little bit of shadow value in here. And this should actually come down more like that. And then his head should be back here. Let's give him a collar of some kind. His head's too far out. And you can see you start to get these really nice, I just love the relationship of the temperatures to each other. Does that make sense? Yeah?
Yes.
Yeah.
And again, I want, I like you guys saying like, oh yeah, that's cool or whatever, because then that tells me you're probably going to go out and get something because it excites you and gets you to draw. Okay. And if we can do that, then we've accomplished something. Okay. So that relationship and I don't know where it went. This relationship, I don't know why my pen's leaking a little bit. Hang on. By the way, Bill, this is that pin. That's at Kawiko.
I have a plastic tip Kawiko.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I got it in New York. It's really nice. The neck, just so you can feel it, it really flows like a much more expensive pen.
That's cool. All right, so I'm taking the I'm taking the sepia ink now, which is more or less a neutral, and it's warm. So now I can come in here on this drawing and I could kind of dance over it and pop things because the ink's a little darker. And I can start to pop things out of this whatever you call it, this drawing over this thing. So I'm sort of going at it with two levels now. And I love doing that because I can just pop things out and let the rest of the line sit back. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yeah.
And again, I'll scan all this stuff. I'll put it online so you can blow it up if you want. But I don't know if you can see it, but there's some line now in there popping his face out. And the reason that works is that this terracotta is it's not totally neutral, but it's neutral-ish. And it's, and it's warm. And then this is really pretty neutral and warm. So they can dance together. Does that make sense? Ebony? You guys have all frozen.
Oh, you're good.
Oh, I am? Okay.
You're good.
Okay, so Ebony, that's making sense, right?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Okay, so you can just play around. You can get those cool looking Da Vinci drawings and all that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
There was something else in here I want to talk about. Hang on. Oh, okay, so here's another thing I like to do. Let's try it. Let's just try it with these drawings. So this one, okay, so another thing I can do, that sepia pen, it's a fountain pen, so it's water soluble. What are you goofing on, Megan?
Da Vinci.
What is it?
No, Mike, do you happen to know who painted the Mona Lisa?
The what?
I don't know how to describe it.
What?
They were.
There's this video of these two guys, and they're asked, like, who painted the Mona Lisa, and they go, Mona Lisa, right? And then it pops on the screen, the answer, and it's Da Vinci, and they go, Da Vinci?
You guys are looking at this? Look. So I've got that fountain pen floated in there, correct?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes.
So what does that mean?
Yes.
What does that mean?
You can use the water pen and resoluble the water or the color.
Exactly. So now I can come in here and get another level of wash in here. and start to get a little bit of tone in here. So now I'm dancing line, I'm dancing tone, I'm dancing highlights, all that stuff, okay? Now, another thing I like to do that I keep in my sketch bag in here. I have a black, this is black, and this is sepia. These are pill boxes from Rite Aid, okay? So I just popped these open and I just blobbed in a bunch of watercolor, let it dry out, okay? So I'm gonna go with this sepia one, okay? So, and the reason I do this is it reduces my line mileage, okay? So if I throw down a really simple line drawing like this, then I could go into this and knock in a lot of tone, and I'm knocking out a lot of my line mileage. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Mhm.
You want to go cafe sketching and people, man, this is the way to do it. It's a blast, I think, anyway. Always keep another piece of paper. You can test your values on it. Hey, Mike,
Yes, sir.
you don't have to test your values because I know you have no values.
I have
Yeah.
great values. I have great values.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Drive the mic.
And by the way, I always keep this in case I want to lift something out that's not working. Or just to pull it back a
None
little
of us
bit.
are working.
Huh? Say that?
I was just joking, saying none of us are working.
Okay, there. Okay, so look, I can put these little subtle things like in this eye socket. I can get a nice shadow value under his ear here. I'm gonna get a little more water in here. And by the way, you can just sort of squeeze it out to get it out of there on a napkin and then rub it around here. So I want to soften up this value here.
I'm gonna have to rewatch this. There's so many different tools and layers and things going on. At this point, it just looks like a magic wand. I'm just like, that's amazing.
It is a magic wand. I actually didn't go to Art Center, Mike. I actually didn't go to Art Center. I went to Hogwarts.
Hogwarts. That explains a lot.
Okay, so see how we're starting to build this guy?
You're just trying to teach us the hard way.
Huh?
Yes, sir.
Let's try something else here. Are you with me?
Yes.
Roger.
With you.
Right on. Megan, was that Megan?
Yes.
You just got an extra 10 points.
Hell yeah. For doing nothing.
Okay, so here's some white gouache. Yeah? I'm gonna
Hey,
put
Mike.
this, yeah.
I wanted to ask, I think someone just answered. You get that paper from Kelly Paper Company?
Yeah, it's Kelly Paper Company. They've been carrying it for, I've been buying this for at least 20 years.
Because I got the Strathmore kind for the tone 10.
I mean, those are all totally fine. And if you like it, it's all personal preference. What I like about this particular paper is it's smooth. It's just a great paper. Okay.
Yeah, I've never used tone paper before, so it'd be my first time.
Yeah, what I would do is, if you, I know you guys aren't in a classroom right now, which sucks, but what I usually tell you guys to do is, because you can, you buy a ream of it over at Kelly Paper, and I think it's about $35 for a ream of it. If you have 3, you go in on it, it's not bad. And then you get a good, you'll get a good pile of it like that. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Uh-huh.
But if you got a Strathmore one,
Yeah.
that's fine. Okay.
So Mike, I was trying to figure out the paper. So I think Desert Storm is a color.
Yes.
Because I found Desert Storm across several different brands. What's the brand of the paper that you're using? Like the company that makes it.
Are you trying to be a pain in the ass right now, Mike Burbage?
No, I'm trying to get answers. I'm trying to find this paper that you're making. Watching this is like watching somebody eat. They're eating this delicious meal, and meanwhile you're sitting back and you have no food, maybe a bowl of cereal or something. And I'm just trying to get to the food, man. The good
It's
stuff.
let me okay, so if you go to Kelly Paper and you say Desert Storm, they're going to go, it's over there. There'll be 2 weights. There'll be a paper weight and a cardstock weight. And if you want, I'll look, because I don't have the wrapping for it here, but I can look at it. I can go find it and look at it, and I'll put it up on Canvas. Yeah.
That would be awesome. Thank you.
Okay, let me pull. Hang on, let me pull my Where am
I went and got some not that long ago.
for my brushes, which I had out here, and I don't know where they went. Hang on. You guys are only seeing my screen, correct?
And did you get the heavy color?
Oops.
That I wanted the thicker kind. He brought me both of the pieces and he let me feel them, and I chose the thicker kind. Yeah.
The thicker one?
You for sure want the thicker kind. Okay.
And then the color is called oatmeal.
This is called Desert Storm.
Okay, because
I don't think they have any other colors of it. Hang on a second, guys. I have my brushes here. I don't know where they went.
maybe it's just the website, but it looks like yellowy, and this looks like more brown. But that could be just the computer.
I think you're being antagonistic.
I'm just trying to get to the truth.
All right, so look.
We're going to see more magic wands, Mike.
Huh?
We're going to see more magic wands. You're getting out more brushes and more toys.
Do it.
That's right.
Maybe
So
he's
look,
paid by all these companies. It's like a big long ad.
I just put a little bit of gouache right there. Can you guys see that? A little pile of gouache. Okay. So I'm gonna knock this down with a little bit of water. But the nice thing about gouache, it has a lot of covering power. I'm just gonna pop this guy out a little bit. And by the way, another thing I can do while I'm doing this is I could go in here and recarve things. Like I could get rid of this line right there. And I can recarve my shapes.
Hey, Mike, what's the difference between like a gouache and say acrylic or oil or something like that?
Okay, 2 things. Gouache is really opaque, right? You there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was right. I was writing. Sorry.
Gouache is really opaque. It's also water soluble. So when I put it down, if I go, I don't really like that wash, I can manipulate it. Yeah.
Got it.
And here's another thing. Okay, so this is a little rigger brush, which is just a real.
And does it blend with water?
Yes. So I've got, look, I've got a little bit of water here. Now, this is a little different. Wait, let's just do this. So I'm going to take, so you guys can all see that I started adding a little bit of value behind him, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
But now I'm going to go, well, maybe he's got some white hair. So I'm going to take this rigger brush. And why is it called a rigger brush? Who knows?
I don't know.
Because they used to use it to paint all the rigging on ships.
Oh, cool.
You know, I'm going to have a couple of hairs popping off the top of his head, maybe. And maybe highlight a few here, just to tell the viewer he's got white hair. And then again, I think I'll reinforce my highlights. And then I'm going to take this line and I'm going to cover up a little bit of his ear, so his hair is going over his ear. Maybe a little there. You know, just start popping little things off his head and stuff like that. Does that make sense, you guys?
Yeah.
And then, you know, and then I'm looking at this going, okay, I've got this little ghosted thing. I'd probably hit it again. And I would have done that before I went on to these highlights, because I want to be able to go over whatever I put here, because of, okay, here's the other thing you got to remember. This will get reactivated, which is a good thing and a bad thing, okay? Because like if you want to reactivate it, it's great. So if I come in here and I go, I want to reactivate this, and soften something, it'll reactivate. So I kind of like that. So it looks a little fuzzier, which kind of makes sense. But if I go, I got to make sure I'm done with this background, because if I go, oh, I want to go a little wider on that background, as soon as I block that in, it's going to wipe that out again. It's going to reactivate. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And to your question about acrylic won't reactivate it. If I put acrylic down here, because I could do it, I could put acrylic here, but acrylic's, man, it's locked down. That's it. It's plastic. Once it dries, it is not going anywhere. Okay? So then if I wanted to glaze over things, then I could do that. Okay? With this, I'm just basically doing like simple little highlights and like maybe here. And then I can, what I like about the gouache also is I can really vary this wash quite a bit and go, well, I want to get a softer light like on a cheek, like here maybe. But I don't want a real harsh light. I can come in here and sort of just get a really subtle, I don't even know if you can see that, a really subtle little cheek light. Yeah?
Yeah.
And then maybe here, you know, build a little highlight on that. You know, and then if I wanted to keep going with this, then I could go, let's do this. So I keep this little watercolor kit in my bag. Right? It's got this little thing on it. I love this thing because it's totally self-contained. So now let's take this and go. Okay, so I don't know if you ever noticed, but you get any light coming up behind your ears, they'll get pretty orangey. But let's just go, let's go red. So a lot of times if I'm just going to put a little pop of color in here, I might put a little bit of warmth on that nose. And by the way, I do this, I hit this harder. Like sometimes I'm in the saloon and it's snowing outside. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm.
And it's snowing outside. I have this one page of drawings where I just drew everybody on white paper with pencil, and I just hit all their noses with red because when they came in from the snow, all their noses were and their ears were red. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
So I just use it as a design element to make my drawings a little more fun. And I'm going to put a little of that red on the ear, maybe a little on his cheek a little bit. And now I'm starting to kiss it a little bit with color, but the paper is still holding all this together. So now we're starting to get little hints of color on there. Can you see that?
Mhm.
Yeah.
And I could also maybe, let's say we go a little thicker. So let's go a little, now let's go this way. let's go. I'm going to take a little bit of this orange. I don't know if this will work or not, but we're going to try it. And I'm going to take a little of this gouache, my creamy, still fairly opaque gouache. I'm going to mix it in with a little bit of this orange. Maybe even a little bit of this red. Let's try that. And I could start to build a pattern on a shirt with that. It's got to go a little more opaque, so I need a little more. Actually, let's go out of the red range and let's go into the blue range. Let's see what blue does if I just lay it down on its own. Because here's what I want to do. I'll show you. Yeah. So let's see if it'll pick that up. It picks it up a little bit, okay, which is okay. I don't even know. Can you guys see that blue at all?
A little bit.
Yeah,
Huh?
just a little bit.
Okay. Well, it's really light even here. Okay, so I could build this and I could say this is a what do you call it? This is a plaid pattern or something, okay? And then I'd let that dry and then I could go where the light's hitting it. I'm opaquing this out. So I'm taking a little bit of that heavy cream gouache. You know, and then I could start hitting different spots on here. And I put a little more blue in there. It's got a little too much white. Yeah, that's better. And I could start building a pattern on a shirt now with the opacity. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And all I'm doing is I'm using, and here's the thing, when you're doing the gouache thing, when it's still in that really opaque pile stage, it'll really opaque out your watercolor. Once it dries up and it cakes up, it's not going to do that as much. It'll still have some coverage, and it might work just right for what you're doing. But if you really want to get to really cover, it needs to be fairly opaque. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And by the way, when I get this in my, because people always go, now you're getting the gouache in your watercolor, right? I usually do it over here. I put my gouache in there, and then I bring over the watercolor. And sometimes I forget and I do what I just did. It doesn't matter. All I gotta do is take a wet brush and rub it right off the top of the watercolor cake and it's fine. Okay? Yes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then when you're done, put a bead of, either use brush soap, brush cleaner, you know, which is nice. You can just put it in there. I usually put a bead of soap in my palm. And don't use detergent. Just always think about your hair. You wouldn't use detergent on your hair, correct? Other than
Correct.
Megan. Megan does.
Right.
It's cheap.
You're right. Megan uses an industrial grade detergent. And put a bead of it in there and just kind of rub it in there and then wash it off. Wash your brushes off as soon as you are done with them. Yes?
Yes.
And if it's
Yeah.
acrylic, forget it. You better wash them, otherwise they're wrecked. Because acrylic's plastic, and once it dries in your brush, you're screwed. And people always tell you can get it out of there, and it's like, good luck. Okay, does that all make sense?
That's great
Yeah.
stuff, Mike. Thank you.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Hang on.
We're all gonna go find our Desert Storm paper now.
Now, one other thing. I'm just looking at what my line. Okay, one other thing. Let me see if I've got to pull a piece of white paper for this. Something I do. I don't know if it's going to work good on this paper. It really doesn't matter. Let's say that I go in. Every time I do these demos, it looks like an art store exploded in here all the time. Then I got to clean it all up afterwards. So let's take the same idea. So if I'm drawing somebody, I don't like this drawing. you know, and you're drawing somebody and you want to keep it, I want to keep it quick and I want to capture them. A lot of times what I'll do, and I learned this trick a lot when I was doing that stuff for NPR where I had to capture people very quickly. I'll take my black watercolor, or you could use sepia, it doesn't really matter. And I just take a one color thing and I come in here and I just start blocking out all my shadow values and things. If I think that's too much, I just pull it out. And I'll go in and I'll just block in all my sort of big landmarks with the watercolor. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
And again, if I want to thin that down, I just squeeze it onto here, get it wet, and now it's thinned down a little bit. Now, the thing you have to remember is if you're doing this like I'm doing it right now on this paper that's not made for this, hang on. So I'm going to get rid of some of this because now I want a light value because I just want to, again, put a little value on his nose. I don't want too much, okay? It's going to pull back when I do it. And again, I would just build just my shadow values and things like that. And it cuts down on my line mileage. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. And then I would let this dry. And then the same thing. I go back in and I start reshaping things and adding things in. I would get a very light value in here, wherever it is. In here. You know, maybe put a 3 o'clock shadow or a 5 o'clock shadow on them, blah, 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 right? But I'd have to go back in here now and reinforce my line. So it's this dance again between line and wash. So this is nothing but line and wash. It's also a good way for you to start understanding how washes lay down, how you can soften edges, how you can do all that kind of stuff when you're only juggling one ball, okay? So instead of worrying about all this color and everything, you can actually learn a lot from going in and using like watercolor or something like that in one color and start learning how it handles. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Because once you go into full color, now you're trying to handle a bunch of stuff. And, you know, sometimes it's just easier to start with. It's the same reason I use the grisaille technique a lot. Is because I put down a gray value, and all I'm concentrating on is the value. I'm not concentrating on the color, okay? And then I start glazing my color over it, and then I start, you know, building that up. So I'm sort of tackling one problem at a time. Which, by the way, is just that's an old classical thing, okay? We're just doing it with more modern materials. That's the only difference that we're doing, okay? Hang on. And I'm back. Okay, let me see what's in chat real quick. And by the way, those Kelly paper things, I don't know why. Oh, Mike, you said why. They're everywhere. Like if you type that into your GPS right now, 5 of them will show up. I still don't get that, but you know, like there's that much call for paper, specialty paper. Yeah.
They kind of have a corner on the market, like, gosh, almost 10 years ago.
Okay, questions on all this?
And they,
Anybody? Mike Burbage doesn't have a question?
Yeah. So what is this week's assignment?
I want you to start playing around with
we're
some of
allowed
this
to
stuff.
use watercolor now for our drawings or
One
sketches?
color. You can do one color.
Want to call us black?
Yeah, black's fine.
You want us to start playing around with what?
I'd actually like you to start playing around with some tone paper stuff.
Okay.
That's my main thing. I'm showing you all this stuff to kind of open the door to all this sort of thing. Any of these techniques that I just did, if you want to play around with them, that's fine. I'm not telling you to go out and buy a bunch of watercolor and buy a bunch. But with the watercolor, though, the nice thing about it is you can just go buy a tube of black and you're done, okay? And black watercolor is actually pretty cheap, or sepia, whatever you like. But I definitely want you trying some tone paper, and it does not have to be Desert Storm. It can be whatever you have. I don't care, okay? Desert Storm's a really nice paper, but the Strathmore's great. And I have a Strathmore sketchbook, by the way, like a little 6x, I think it's 6x9 or something like that. It's a little portrait or a landscape oriented sketchbook, and I like that paper in that, and I do a lot of brush pen stuff on it. Yeah.
Okay, so it'll handle.
Hmm.
It'll handle.
Oh yeah, it's really nice. I actually like that sketchbook a lot, and it's pretty thick. Another thing that I keep in the bag is a big bulldog clamp. So whenever I have the sketchbook open and I keep the page I'm working on clamped, so it just it won't lift as much and it won't buckle quite as much. Plus, it just keeps it open and flat for me. So I always keep one of those silver. Everybody knows what a bulldog clamp is, right? Like the big silver one. I mean, you can use anything. You can use those binder clips. You can use anything. So this, hang on. This, because I just realized I have this. Here it is. All these here down at Mariachi Plaza, this guy was just watching a card game. If you look at it, that's just that watercolor and pencil thing, that I just showed you. Does that make sense? So these guys, they're playing cards, they're doing all this stuff, right? I just do almost a gesture drawing, like super loose and super rough. And then I'd go in and just sort of mass all the darks together, and I had a drawing, a quick drawing in like a couple of minutes. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Also, go ahead.
Oh no, it's slightly intimidating for me.
Look, all this stuff is intimidating to everybody when they started. Yeah?
Yeah.
When I went into Norm's class, like I was talking about earlier, and I wanted to, I wanted to be in that class or whatever. Well, I mean, it's like any other school. Like there's certain classes where, everybody wants that class. The teacher's great. And all the hot shots are in that class. That was intimidating. Okay, and the skill set around it was totally intimidating. Okay, you there?
Yeah, we'll try. We'll do my best.
As long as you have, and we're doing this in here, as long as you have a methodology, then it's repetition, okay? It's doing it, and it's also trying some of these things and failing, and trying some of these things and not failing, trying some of these things and having some, hitting something. As soon as you hit one thing, I'm telling you guys, then you're gonna be off and running. You guys already know this because you're already doing it. And all this stuff I think it's intimidating. I think anytime I tackle anything new, it's intimidating. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are we gonna have to do 8, so 4 back and front?
Yeah, I want to just continue doing that. It's also going to be, again, it's wide open, stylization's open, but I want to see a balance of straight up observational, and then if you want to move it, and by the way, if you're still trying to get a handle on observational, I'm not really that concerned with stylization. Okay. Also, have you guys been thinking at all about your project? You guys frozen?
A little bit.
The reason I think I said this, but the reason I kind of give you a heads up on that before I'm formally saying it's a can you hear me? Because you guys are cutting in and out. Okay, hang on. Okay, now you can hear me, correct?
Let's see.
Yeah.
The reason I'm giving you a heads up on a project, I like to do this before we're going to really formally start it, is just to let it percolate around in your head a little bit. Does that make sense?
Was the project the making the monsters,
Cafe,
or was it something else?
the Cafe to Character project.
I'm sorry, you cut.
Cafe to Character.
Okay.
Did you want multiple drawings of the character we create?
Okay, so so I'll probably maybe put it up this week. I will put it up this week. You're going to have to do a ton of sketches for it to happen. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Like
Yeah.
you can't, I don't think you can go into this and just go, I'm going to just go knock it out and there it is. You're going to have to go and sort of find it. Yeah? Man, we're getting buggy again.
You're clear now, Mike.
Yeah, what's going on with that? It goes all smooth and it starts again. I would go into that and just do 1,000 sketches and try and find it. You know, there's a couple things that have to happen there. You got to get a little bit of a backstory in your head. And also, I think there's a group that used to do something similar to this a while back, and I'll see if I can find those and I'll put them up. But I think it's something that you got to kind of work for, because you got to find somebody who's interesting and then somebody who can sort of apply this, you know, your thinking over, and then that's going to sort of drive your stylization. Because I always say, if I don't know anything about, like every time I draw somebody, for the most part, not everybody, but most part, my brain just naturally goes into who they are or who I think they are, and then it goes down the spirals down the rabbit hole of like extrapolating out all these ideas and everything. And it actually drives my design thinking when I'm drawing that. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I'm trying to get to, is like this marriage of and by the way, your brain does it automatically. It's pattern recognition, okay? I've said this before. It's the same thing as like looking up and seeing a unicorn chasing a rabbit through the clouds, okay? Your brain is looking for pattern recognition. Your brain is looking for logic. So if I just let my brain follow the logic, I'll come up with all these ideas about who I think they are, okay? And then really jump off the cliff, and like I was telling you guys, that one guy, the Russian guy, and doing the whole Russians, whatever he was, agent thing, whatever it was, and creating all this story around him. And that all happened in 5 minutes sitting there drawing this guy, or 15 minutes drawing this guy. You know, your brain just goes down the rabbit hole, okay? And then I start pushing and pulling and playing and creating clothing and whatever. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So when you talk about doing a bunch of sketches, I'm just trying to understand, is the sketches to find like the right person and the right character to jump off of? Or is that like you find it and now you're like trying different things out and it's more of a experimental thing till you're like, yeah, this is the presentation of this character that I want?
It's both.
Both, okay.
Because the first thing I have to do is somebody sits down, look, okay, so like I haven't been able to get out and draw people as much as I normally do, which really screws me up. And then when I do go out to draw people, there's not that many people, okay? Can you guys still hear me?
Okay.
Yeah. You guys keep freezing up, so I don't know if I'm freezing up. Hang on. Okay, so there's not as many people when I go out right now. So it doesn't give me as many choices. Go ahead. Who said something? Megan?
I think somebody said that they could hear you.
Oh, okay. There's not as many people for me to choose from. When there's a whole whatever restaurant, whatever it is, full of people, man, I go crazy in there because I'm like, ooh, there's all these interesting body types, faces, you know, maybe conversations, all these things that sort of spark my imagination or whatever. It gets a little trickier when now I go out and there's like 2 tables of people as opposed to 25, you know? I mean, whatever, that's just what it is. Don't do this from photographs though, okay? That's a different thing, okay? And partly the reason we're doing this, when you draw from life all the time, you're gonna learn how to draw from photographs. You're gonna know how to correct what you're seeing. You're gonna know how to interpret what you're seeing in a photograph. Because I see this all the time, where I might, and usually in this class, I'm a little more lax on it this term obviously because of COVID. But I'm like, I want everything from life. And then I'll get these things and people will sneak them in there and I go, that's a photo. That's a photo, that's a photo, that's a photo. And they always go, well, how do you know? And I go, it's totally obvious. It's a photo. I can tell that you're being a slave to this photography. Does that make sense? Like you're copying a photograph. I can see it. There's nothing, you know, and you're not correcting for the things because photography does lie. I know it looks like it doesn't, but it does, okay? There's lenses, I mean, there's all sorts of things. They're shooting with a telephoto lens, it flattens everything out. Lens distortion, there's just all sorts of things, okay? That you've got to compensate for. Shadow values, you know, a lot of times with photography, it'll just punch the shadow values into black, which they're not. There's light bouncing around in there. Just all sorts of stuff like that, okay? I was just watching a thing yesterday on Drew Struzan. I don't know how I landed on this. And it's him going through the process of creating this poster or whatever. And he's using his projector and he's going, you know, and I trace these out and he goes, yeah, I'm using the dreaded word trace and all that stuff. But the thing that, and I don't know if he talks about this in there, I'm sure he does. He's a monster draftsman. Okay, like I don't know if people always think that this idea of tracing makes everything easy, and I actually don't believe that. I think if you know how to draw, you're correcting and changing, even if you're quote unquote tracing. You're going, I want to, you know, make that hand a little bigger and a little more dramatic, and I'm gonna, you know, that head doesn't feel right to me. I want to tilt it a little bit, or whatever it is. Because I think actually tracing something is kind of hard to get the life back into it, which he's very good at doing. Does that make sense? But the reason he's good at doing that and the reason he can pull that off and it doesn't feel stiff and everything is because he knows how to draw. He's a really good drafts person, okay? And also I'm sure he's done a lot of drawing from life and all that kind of stuff. And then you're bringing all that back to when you're interpreting a photograph or you're even just using your reference, okay? Because there's nothing wrong with using reference, and I don't want to get that impression in here that I'm saying, no, I don't use reference. I'm not saying that at all. What I'm trying to show you is how to use reference. Does that make sense? Yes. Because you've got to be able to, and I've said this a bunch of times in here, and hopefully you're starting to understand why I do this. If I'm looking at reference, I tend to look at it, gulp in a whole bunch of information, and then I put it away. I just flip it over or something. I don't look at it. And then once I kind of know what's going on with everything, I'm hardly look at it at all, because now I'm sort of off and running. I know how that thing's constructed. Like if it's some sort of dog or animal, I might go in there and just do a lot of just straight studies and just get a handle on its construction. Does that make sense? Then I can jump off the cliff. If you look at like, look at this. Mm-hmm. Hang on. This guy is known for all this kind of crazy creature stuff he does. Hang on. And, you know, obviously he's making up most of this stuff. I'm sure he's looking at something, but he's making it up. Hang on, I'm trying to find a good one. Even this. I mean, he's got a pretty solid, obviously, he's got a very solid understanding of anatomy. Does that make sense? Yeah? Because look at all these things. They're all super weird, crazy, invented, pushed anatomy, but it looks believable, okay?
We can't see your screen.
Oh, sorry. Damn it. I blame Megan for that. Okay, now can you see my screen? Yes? Can you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go back here. Like this. So it's all this super crazy invented anatomy, okay? Because he knows anatomy. He can link things together and transition things together and put things together that look believable, which is the same thing what I'm just talking about reference, okay? Now, I don't know exactly what he looks at, but he starts these things sort of like we were just talking about with his hand way back here, and he's just sort of ghosting shapes in and starting to build it up, okay? So point being, it's like, you know, you're learning all these things, whether it's using a reference or whatever, and learning how to use these things in an effective way, yes? Okay, am I back? I don't know if I'm on or not.
You hear it?
Okay, now I can. Now you can hear me, correct?
Yeah, we can hear you, Mike.
Yeah.
Okay, what was I going to say? So part of this is learning how to bring this back and use things like reference and things like that. And on the other end of that, by the way, I don't like it when people get into this debate around reference and things like that. You know, because some people will go, oh, you shouldn't use reference because this person doesn't. And then you look at their work, I pull up the work and I go, this guy's using reference. What are you talking about? He's saying he's not using reference. And even Frazetta was doing that before he died as he got older. He was curating his legacy and going, oh, I never use any reference at all. And then I have books on Frazetta with his reference in it. Okay? Now that's curating a legacy where you want to go, oh, this all just sprang out of my imagination and blah, blah, blah. Okay? Didn't Michelangelo, Bill, didn't he burn a lot of his preparatory stuff? He's cut out again.
I don't cataract before.
Didn't he, Bill?
He was left, like,
And now you're popping in. Man, we're cutting in and out like crazy.
especially stuff that was maybe, okay, sorry.
Okay.
You know, he did destroy some of his preliminaries.
Yeah. And I've read that that's partly that reason is he wanted this to be like, oh, I just went up there and painted it. You know what I mean? Without all this struggle like we all have when we're doing these things. You know what I mean? So there's a little bit of that you got to watch, and a lot of stuff. I'm sorry. Once you've been doing this a long time, somebody goes, I don't use any reference to any of this, and I look at it and I go, it's totally obvious you're using reference for this, and I don't know why that's a thing. Some things you do, you use reference for, and any project you start, you do research for. Okay, I don't care what it is, but the first job with any of this stuff is you do research, and then you build your ideas and everything out of your research. Your research, if you're a fine artist, might just be going out in the world with your sketchbook and immersing yourself in something. It could be whatever it is, okay? And then bringing it back, and maybe you're creating things out of your mind and they're, you know, whatever, but you're feeding it somewhere, okay? And the reference thing, I don't like that. There's times you use reference, and then just you got to learn how to use it. It's a jumping off point, and that's all it is, okay? Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, do we have any other questions?
Just that clarification. So this week we're doing 4 pages, a back and front on toned paper sketches, but not yet. We're not starting the project yet.
No, I'll put that up. And okay, here's the other thing I want to do, and I've told you guys this before. When I start this project, I'm going to put an arbitrary date on it. And what I do is I look at how the class is breathing with it. And then if you guys, and because I want to go through it with you and all that, if you guys might actually accomplish it in a shorter period than I expect, Or I might kind of go, you guys are going really in a really cool direction with all this, and I feel like giving you guys an extra, week or something. So the first date I put down is just so I can placehold it. Does that make sense? Because I want to work through it with you, and I want to have enough time to work through it with you. And what we can really start doing then is like bringing those in here on and start really pushing them and seeing, pushing poses, pushing ideas, pushing everything. So I want to get to that point where we're really pushing everything, okay, and really designing it, okay, but starting with, starting it from life, okay. And part of the reason I like to do this is, you have to interpret it. I think learning how to design from life is really valuable. And I think also, hopefully, you're coming out of this with a certain amount of knowledge of research, okay, going out and doing some research. And I've said this a million times, if I start some project, I catalog places as I drive around, okay? So I probably said this to you guys before. So I'll drive through some part of LA I've never even been to before, and it looks real, wow, this looks like a quaint French street or something. This is weird. And it might just be some little street that cuts across something. I catalog that in my brain, and then I go, oh, I want to do something, or maybe it's a project. I'll go there, find a place to get a breakfast or something, and I'll sit there and start drawing from life, and it's as close as I can get to. I always want to start off from life if I can, okay? Any vehicle project that I would start, I go straight out to Marchfield, okay? And just get my head around that sort of thing. If it was a flying vehicle especially. I'm going to draw wheel assemblies. I'm going to draw the weird little pull things on the side of the plane, like all the stuff that you don't think about, okay? And the difference between doing that kind of research and doing photography, which is also part of the equation. I'm going to look at all sorts of photography and history of these planes and all that stuff. But when you walk up to those planes at March, and this is why I like March so much, because I can just walk right up to them. I can stick my head in a wheel well. I can do whatever I want, okay? When you walk up to those surfaces up close, you go, there's all this stuff all over that surface that you would never think of. Like little weird latches and little graphics on there saying that this does that, little flaps that open, rivets, cut lines, the flaps on the back. And then what can I do? I can walk around the entire plane and go, whoa, that's a trip. Look at the weird, some weird little element that I might be able to pull in and extrapolate out and blow up and make into a bigger idea on some vehicle that I'm creating, okay? It could be small things like the way the canopies age in the sun, because out there, they get sort of a little bit foggy, So if somebody was saying there's a shot where there's a bunch of planes out in the desert, I'm going to remember that. And I'm going to fog up all those canopies because now they've been out in the desert since 1940. And, and I'm going to make them look dusty and, all the stuff that I get there that I might not have thought of. Does that make sense? You just went blank again.
You're back, Mike.
Okay. Does that all make sense?
Yeah.
I will put under assignments, what we're doing, okay? And really, I just want you starting to work on tone paper. And by the way, you can go to Blick. You can buy a piece of that new pastel chalk, just one, okay? So if you want to play with that, just buy some white or something or whatever, shave it, or you can just use your pencil or whatever and get a little bit of value. When something's curving very subtly, that's where that little shaving powder trick comes in really handy, okay? And then I can put a little highlight right over it and then go in and put a little darker value on it, and it'll just turn like crazy. So it's got a light value core, and then it goes into a highlight, and it's all nice and clean, smooth. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Mike Burbage?
Quick questions. One, if we fall in love with tone paper and we love it way more than the paper that's in our current sketchbook, we'll bring it anyway, or do you want us to stay drawing in? I know not finishing a sketchbook might be near blasphemy to you, but I was just curious.
If you want to work on, you're just asking if you really fall in love with tone paper, can you just work on tone paper for the rest of the class?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, cool. The second question.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, the second question, and this is something that's been bugging me for years, and I've never thought to ask it, or I didn't know how to ask it, but when you're doing hatching lines along, let's say, a cylinder to keep it simple, right, and you're following the form, like I can draw a full ellipse, and I can kind of barely draw a half ellipse, but then drawing like a partial quarter of an ellipse is really hard, especially if I'm doing a bunch of them in parallel along the cylinder. Do you have any tips for doing that effectively?
So what you're talking about is just getting a handle on ellipses, period, right?
I guess so, yeah.
Okay, so hang on, I'm going to switch cameras again. Hopefully our connection.
It's sort of.
Hang on, I got to screen cap the room real quick. Hang on.
Yeah, something. Paper's invisible.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to go to my overhead camera real quick, and I'll just show you something. I think I talked about this, but I don't remember. Sorry, hang on. One thing that's helpful, you can hear me, right?
Yeah.
When you're doing an ellipse, sorry, I got all this stuff here, so. Okay, one thing you want to do is you want to learn to ghost it and drop it, okay? Can you see those?
Yeah.
Okay. So, and then, okay, so then what I did, and I did this, and I don't know if I ever told you guys this. I think I did. I had a teacher, and he taught me this thing where you take a line. So if I want to get a clean line, I sweep it, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But we would take these lines, and we go like one line, next line, next line, next line, next line. And see, I'm starting and stopping and equally distant. I mean, I'm not warmed up in it, but you see what I'm doing, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, and then also with these ellipses. So what we would do is, so if I go, there's an ellipse, then as it opens up, it gets a little bigger. As it opens up, it gets a little bigger. As it goes down, it gets a little bigger. And I'd open them up, and I'd open them up going up past the horizon line also, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, you know, I always tell you to turn your board so you get a good angle, correct?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so here I'm telling you not to do that, right? So I would do them this, you know, you do them this way. And try and do the same idea. I do ellipses this way. I do them this way. I do them this way. I do them this way, all without turning my board. Okay. Now I do some that are in my nice normal position. And then, okay, so the guy, okay, does that all make sense?
Yeah, yeah. That, I think my question, and maybe you're getting to this, so just stop me if you are,
Okay.
was more when I'm doing hatching on a cylinder, because you're showing us the plane and you were talking about following the form with hatching lines.
Yes.
If I'm doing hatching lines that are sort of wrapped around the cylinder in parallel, how do I guess do that? Like, let's say I have a cylinder, half of it is in shadow, and I'm wanting to do lines that wrap around the cylinder for the shadow lines. If that makes sense. Yeah, so like
I'm gonna basically, well, it's two things. You got to remember where your perspective is, right?
Right.
Lousy. That's a lousy. Whatever. I mean, so you're just talking about wrapping them like this, right?
Exactly, around the cylinder along it.
Well,
Mhm.
I'm going to turn it this way for one thing. And then I'm going to start wrapping it very cleanly around. But then I got to think about it's opening up as it's going down. Does that make sense?
Right, right.
But I mean, I'm just going to, you know, basically wrap it around. Now, if you want to give yourself a guide for it, you know, to get used to it, then I can think of it this way. I can go, okay, I'm going to ghost this one, ghost this one, ghost this one. Because sometimes it helps me to think of it wrapping all the way around the form. Does that make sense?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay. And then I could come in here and go, okay, I know all these are about there.
Okay.
I know these are opening up. Does that answer it?
Yeah, that does. That does. I guess I think it's just I wasn't sure if there was like a magic trick, but I think I just need to practice more.
There's no magic trick in any of this stuff. What we're talking about is methodology.
Right.
Now, there's a magic trick in what you do with it, right? When somebody makes a beautiful drawing, sure, there's a magic trick in there. There's magic in that. But what we're talking, you know, and I want you to put that in there. But I mean, and I love it that you guys ask these, because I love these kind of technical questions, and I love technique, and I love all this stuff, and I love all this, all these different tools and all these different I just love all this stuff. Okay. So I love it when you guys are asking these questions, and these are really good questions. Okay. Because there's a lot of things that I didn't get at all, just like, you know, anybody. And having access to somebody who could, like Gary is one of my favorite guys like that. When you ask that guy a question, boy, you got like a half an hour answer, and it was in depth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that's exactly what I loved, you know, because I was just talking to another class about this, I think yesterday. I want you guys going out of here like with a serious skill set. Okay. Now, what you do with this skill set, that's your business. Okay. But I want to make sure that you have a good, solid understanding, and that you also understand, I'm trying to introduce you guys to a whole bunch of, hang on. A whole bunch of different, you know, different things and tools and techniques and all that thing. And trying to give you a good solid foundation in it, fundamentals in it. And then you're going to warp it and change it and come up with your own process and decide what tools you really love to use. And you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But I just want it rooted in good solid fundamentals of design and drawing and all that kind of stuff. Okay. Because then you can do anything. All right. And again, I'm showing you a way. I'm not showing you the way. I think it's all pretty grounded and good stuff. But, you know, you're going to learn things from other teachers, and they're going to say, hey, this little thing. And you go, oh, I add that into my toolbox now. And I kind of like that. You know what I mean? And you'll cobble something together. Okay. So I just always want to make sure that everybody knows these are pretty good fundamental rules and everything. But then once you know the rules, break them, do what you want. Okay. I just don't like it when people like talk about breaking the rules, and it's like, you don't even know the rules. You know what I mean? That's a whole different thing. That's like, that's not breaking the rules. That's just bad drawing or bad painting or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, don't do that. You know, get rooted. And by the way, doesn't matter what you're going to do. I knew painters who, they went through illustration programs because they want to get really good at painting. And at the end of the day, they were abstract painters, but man, their stuff was beautiful because they had a solid understanding of like brushwork and surface and even form. Even though they were doing non-representational stuff, there was just a sense of form to it. Okay. Because they had a good solid foundation and fundamentals and things like that. It doesn't matter what you're doing. I don't care if you want to be an engineer, it's the same thing. You need to have the solid fundamentals and whatever it is they need, mathematics or whatever it is. I have no idea what that is.
Right. Even the most postmodern architectural buildings have to have like foundation and solid things that hold it up and make it work.
Well, sure. Look what Frank Gehry's doing. I mean, you know, he's doing, I mean, that's sculpture on some level, that's sculpture. And then he's got to figure out how that thing actually works from a functionality standpoint. I mean, it's a monumental design problem. You know what I mean? But he knows his stuff, right? And then he uses modern technology and blah, 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 and all that kind of stuff. And then all the stuff we talked about all this stuff to me is like, yeah, you probably, you know, if you go out, depending on what you do, if you go out and work for studios, you're going to be on a Cintiq and things. Doesn't matter. You got to have those fundamental skill sets before you go on to these toys. Okay. And there's too much right now, people coming in and they think that, I still say this, I think there's a lot of people that think the Cintiq is some extension of a video game console, okay? Where it's like, oh, this is magically gonna, it's somehow some weird connection to that, where, oh, this is gonna magically make me draw better. It's like, no, it isn't. You're still just drawing on a surface, okay? Just like you're doing on paper or whatever. But it's just, I think it's good to get it rooted. I also think it's very good to get rooted and addicted to a sketchbook. I just said it today. You want to compress your learning curve. You want to speed it up. You want to get really good. That's the magic tool. You know, okay, it's still a ton of hard work, but that's the magic formula if you want it. You know what I mean? Observation. I'd say observational drawing, painting, life drawing. You know, all those fundamental things you hear all the time. That's it. You know, and then design. Okay, if you have all those things put together, and then you go, you know, and then you're working in the digital world and all that stuff. Then you really got a sellable skill set, because you got, you know, design, drawing, painting. Out of painting comes color. You know, make sure you're taking color theory, basic design. Because a lot of times when I get people in these kind of classes, I'm looking at their drawings, and I can tell they haven't had basic design yet, because they don't understand like shape relationships. They don't understand, I mean, contrast, and, you know, just sort of value, just sort of basic things that you learn. And that a lot of stuff you learn in basic design. And when I took basic design, I'm like, ah, man, we got to do swatches and then we're doing this. And now when I look back on it, I go, man, you learned like a big ton of your skill set actually in basic design. Does that make sense? Because what are we talking about here? We're talking about big shapes to small shapes. It's all the stuff that you talk about in basic design is the same stuff that I would argue you access forever, okay? Because when I sit around, I look at a drawing. I just looked at something the other day that I painted for the restaurant. And I realized, because it's a digital painting, I realized that I repeated, because I haven't seen it in a long time, I repeated this tree like 3 times. And it drives me crazy every time I see it now, because I'm like, how did I not see that? Like, I clearly repeated that shape, and it doesn't look right. I should have broke it up, okay? That's basic design, okay? When I flip something in the mirror, or I flip something on the computer and see it go off balance, a lot of those elements that make it off balance are basic design. Does that make sense? Maybe it's, yeah, maybe it's a composition, whatever it is. But you know, and when it comes to this kind of thing, we're accessing the same stuff. We're trying to finesse our line, and we're trying to, you know, mass things together. And I'd argue all that stuff is big. All that stuff we were just looking at with David Coleman, where he's massing all that dark together, and then, you know, finding these little ways of moving into a halftone and then into a light value. I'd argue that that whole idea of massing those shapes and everything, that's design, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
So you got, and I know I say this all the time, but you got to really marry those things together, man. That design, your draftsmanship has to be in service to design at some point, okay? And that point is when, you know, when your draftsmanship starts getting really good, then, you know, and I want you thinking about design anyway, okay? But when those two things get married, then you really got something, okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Ebony?
Yes, that makes sense.
Megan? Tucker?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, my connection. Okay, is there any other questions?
I wanted to make I guess kind of a question. Just that, speaking of color theory, so I realized I've been using the same notebook for my color theory class and your class. Is that cool?
No.
No?
No. Look, just do some, look, I don't care if you use, look, is there drawing in there?
Yeah, I had to draw all the things I was going to paint out, but they're not like, not exactly people drawings.
What are they?
Some of them are abstract, and some of them are, how do you say, more almost stained glass-like shape scenes.
Make sure you kind of stick to observational or stuff like that, okay?
Right, I'm just letting you know it's in the same notebook that I've been working on.
As long as it's not too much of it. And the other thing is, I think I've said this in here, if you have another class, okay, I think I've said this in here. I'm a huge hard ass about the sketchbook thing, right? And I want that filled up and all that kind of stuff. But then there was a term where I realized that there was like 4 of us doing this to you guys, okay? And so you were filling up like 4 pretty fat sketchbooks. And even I have my limits on this. And I thought that was starting to get a little bit excessive because you do have other projects you have to do. And I know how hard it is to fill up a whole sketchbook in 3 months or whatever it is. So if you have like, I don't know, maybe if it was Phil's environmental class and he had you guys going out on location and drawing buildings or something, you could put that in my sketchbook. I don't care. Okay. Or maybe your life drawing class, they're like, hey, you have to draw your family from life or something. All that can go in my sketchbook. That's fine. Okay. Put that away, Mike.
No way. This is also right here. I love her. It's her birthday today. She's 1.
Oh, happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
She know that she's going to lose her father to the sketchbook?
Yeah.
That's got to stop. All that's got to stop. Okay. Any other questions? Look at Megan. Megan's like, oh, God, I want to get out of here already. Jeez, I'm going to get on with my life. I want to go listen to the Beatles.
How'd you know?
Huh?
How'd you know?
Because you're always drawing the Beatles. By the way, I heard an interview with Sean Lennon interviewing Paul McCartney.
Oh, on where?
On YouTube. Just type in Sean Lennon and Paul McCartney. It'll come up.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, it was really interesting.
I'll listen to it.
And there, yeah, anyway. But
I'll have to listen.
those guys are just endlessly fascinating.
Mhm.
You know what I want to go over a little bit next week too is I'm going to start talking about caricature a little bit. Okay.
Ooh.
I want to talk about 2 things actually. I want to start talking about likeness, and then likeness in relation to caricature. Obviously, does that make sense?
Mhm.
Because I've been asking you guys to just do. I don't want you guys to worry too much about likeness right now. I want you to get a handle on structure and all that kind of stuff. But I do now. We're halfway through. I want to start talking about likeness. And there's a couple of fairly simple, and again, you'll find your own key ones, but I just have certain key, I've talked about a little bit in here, but I want to deep dive into that. Does that make sense? And again, I might do any of these things. I've given you guys the hair tutorial, correct? I did, okay. Hang on, you guys are cutting out again. And I gave you guys the style is the Cafe to Character one, right?
This week that you put it up.
I did, right?
Yeah.
And then what else? Doodling everyday objects. Yes?
Yeah, that's on there too.
And I want to go through that a little bit today and see if there's anything else that relates to this class, because I have certain things that overlap where I think it'd be helpful for different classes and things like that. What else? Everybody's good? Okay, because you guys are doing a great job. Okay? You guys are doing a really good job. And it's really consistent. Because I glance at all you guys' stuff before the class starts, and I know I jump around, but like today I have to cut off the overlays and all. I have to cut it short so I can go through all this media stuff. But I do look at all of them. I bounce through them and I look at all of them, and just really consistently, it's really consistent. It looks like you guys are getting it. Okay, and it's really consistent. I'm seeing people get better. Okay, and the main way, I'm not cutting out, right?
No.
The main way that I like to grade in here is I like to grade off improvement. Okay. Did I cut out?
No.
I'm good?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Great.
Connection's terrible. Well, we had a good chunk there where it was good. Okay. All right. If there's no other question, let me see what's in chat and then I'll let you guys go. I'm thinking about painting the sketch monster, by the way, for my Halloween card.
That'd be cool.
Do it.
Do it and then send us all one.
Okay, I'll do that.
We'll all make our own sketch monsters.
Yeah, you should do your own
We'll
sketch.
have a class photo.
Oh, we can send them around.
I love that. Okay, all right, you guys. My connection's getting horrible. And the other thing, one other thing, the same thing I always say, whatever you have, I'm going to set up an open discussion meeting this week. Okay. If you're having trouble, check in on that. It'll probably be Wednesday or Thursday. I don't like you guys, and I've said this before, but I'm saying it again. I don't like you guys going from Saturday, hitting a wall on Tuesday, and then waiting till Saturday to talk to me. Yes? You guys there?
Here, we're good.
Or if you need to set up a Zoom meeting with me, to go over something you're not understanding, make sure you do that, okay? The open discussion thing is just whatever you want to talk about. I don't care what it is. It can be this class. It can be you're having trouble with acrylic or something. I don't care, okay? That's why I set those up. And it'll probably be Wednesday, Thursday, maybe Friday, but probably Wednesday or Thursday. Is that good? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, you guys, I'm going to let you go.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Mike.
You're free.
Thank you.
Have a good
Mike.
one.
Have a good weekend.
You're released back into the
Very
wild.
much. Very much.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks, Bill.
Bye.
Yeah, it was wonderful. I'll email you, but it was wonderful.
Thank you. Okay, you guys.
Bye.
Bye, Mike.